Can't hear because she's deafened, but
Yeah.
There you go.
There we go.
That's okay. You missed us. You missed us trying to be inappropriate right as you got down to the 1. So.
Yeah.
All the buttons.
you can never win when it comes to audio.
Nope. I can profess 100% to that.
Yep.
It's called Dampier. Alrighty. Hello, I'm Karen. I have nice curly blonde twin pigtails. And I am a priestess of Saloon. Apparently, I'm a troublemaker. I don't know why. I mean, you set 2 little fires. I mean, okay, big fires. But I mean, it wasn't on purpose. You shouldn't keep, flammable stuff like that in the kitchen. But, whatever. And I like to sing and I like to dance. And I like to heal. And I really like the Twilight. But, of course, because, I'm a priestess of Celine. Duh. And I like fancy stuff and pretty sparkles.
So my character's name is Cephthus, and she is average build, average height, dark skin, like dark tan skin, with black hair that is kind of pulled back in a braid to the back of her head. And she's got very distinctive gold markings around her eyes and on her bottom lip. She's wearing fairly plain looking clothing, but it all seems to be in like grayish and light brown earth tones. One thing that is slightly distinct about what she's wearing is on her torso. It looks like she has like a body wrap of some kind all around her torso instead of a regular shirt. And she's got a kind of light bluish green scarf around as well. Very deadpan expression on her face, very neutral. And she has slightly pointed ears that at a glance may be half elf ears or something like half elf. And other than that, she doesn't have a whole lot that's visually distinct about her, and that seems very deliberate on her part. Cephthis, yeah, and she will go by Ceph for short.
Need to check make sure you're not muted. Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
In OBS.
Oh no! Have you guys not heard anything I've said?
I don't think
Nope.
they did.
Oh
think they did.
no! Wow.
Don't feel bad. I do it like every other Saturday.
Epic fail. Okay, well you've heard them introduce themselves because I know that you could hear them. So I'm gonna backtrack a little bit and do my welcome. Basically, I said welcome to Chimera Collective Darkness in Darvasta. This is a bit different than our normal one shots. This is more of like a mini campaign that we're doing. And this is also my first time running the stream, as you can tell based on that epic sound fail on my end. So thank you, chat, for letting us know about that. I apologize deeply. And please continue to let me know of any future flub ups. So continuing going around the table for what you guys are seeing. And you did receive a list of these names, so you guys are familiar with the names of the agents, even if you haven't worked with them before. But going around, I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce your character's name either. I want to say Sybil, but okay.
That's right.
So you want to go ahead and introduce Sybil for us? What do we see when we look at Sybil?
So Sybil is sitting at the table. She is very, very still. She's not really moving a lot. Most of her body is covered in a black metal. She has one metal ear and patches on the side of her head. Her hair's that portion of her head's just shaved, and there's not any hair growing there, and the rest of her hair's kind of flopped over on the other side, covering another ear that isn't metal. That one you can tell is flesh, and it's very elven look. Her eyes are very piercing blue, almost unnaturally so. But from the neck down, everything's just metal and gears, and even when you look the joints aren't like a space because she's wearing metal armor. Looks like there's gears in the joints and everything. And next to her, all you see is one shield leaned up against the chair. Also just black and grays, not a lot of color to her except for the eyes.
Gotcha. We've got our version of a Warforged in this world, so it's a bit more of a steampunk cyborg type deal, which is pretty sweet. I'm excited to see her in action for sure.
I guess I should have said it looks like the metal meshes into the flesh every time you see flesh.
Yeah. One of the greatest marvels of the combination of three sciences, of the runes, arcane, mechanical, as well as medical, just kind of fused together. So you're a bit of a rarity. And the collective was very quick to recruit you. Looking around the table, we see two figures. Would you like to describe Fudge and Muffalo for us, please, pre-screen?
Yeah. You see a very small halfling sitting in a chair. If you can just imagine Jack Black about 3 feet tall, that's kind of what he looks like. Giant giant beard, really long hair. He has very noticeable, very very large shield and a spear, and definitely looks like he's lived in the woods for a very long time of his life, and has kind of like that earthy smell to him. But it's not a bad smell. It's just like, kind of smells a little bit like dirt and grass. And sitting next to him is a rather large owlbear, also unique-ish kind of looking. It's trying to sit in a chair, but it's doing a very bad job at it. It's constantly kind of shifting and shaking, and the chair probably looks like it's about to like break as he's sitting in it. He's got like, for his feathers, he's kind of like they've kind of got like a bluish grayish undertone to them. And he sits there, and while he's like sitting there moving around, he's kind of giving you all a little bit of an eye, like he's like, yeah, I'm here, and I've got my eyes on everybody right now. And Fudge is my character. That's Muffalo, and Fudge is just constantly probably taking things in and writing something in a book. That's him.
And he described the owlbear as a large owlbear, but maybe to a halfling, because if any of you had ever seen or heard of owlbears before, they're normally much bigger. You gather this is probably a bit of a runt of an owlbear. But to Fudge, he's as big as they come.
Mm-hmm. His heart's big.
His heart is big. And then we have the beautiful Crystal. Would you go ahead and describe Crystal for us? What we see around the table?
Okay, so Crystal has long blonde hair. She usually wears it somewhat pulled back. She's got very fair skin. She's 36 years old. She's a human. And she's 5'8" and 130 pounds. So she's quite fairly tall and thin for a human. And she's packing a lot of heat. She's got a couple, they're discreet, but she's carrying palm pistols, and she's carrying a rifle called the Widow, which was a gift previously from the Collective, which has drow sight on it. And she's dressed not elegantly, but she's dressed so that she fits in, and she would fit in well with sort of upper class people. As she says, she makes her way in the city providing companionship, or she did, to wealthy gentlemen folk or gentlefolk who have deep pockets and slow wits. So she was originally a bit of a grifter from the wrong side of town, has tried very hard to make good and make herself fit in, and is very particular about how she looks. She does have a not terribly noticeable scar that runs across her face, which is an old rapier wound from when she was training. And she tries to be very, very charming, and she will use her charm as much as she can, but she does have a bit of a temper, so she doesn't have she'd rather draw first and ask questions later if she's in a confrontational situation. And she would have been also a paid assassin if needed be, before she joined the Collective. So she's usually dressed in mostly shades of blue with maybe some burgundy trim, but again, it depends what she's doing. Sometimes she's been known to wear security uniforms or
whatever the mission calls for.
Khaki desert gear. It depends on the mission. But she does have a very steampunk look to her clothes, and always very tall, very high-heeled boots.
Yeah, you're like our well, you and now Sybil are kind of our poster children for the steampunk aspect here. So two of you have worked together and are probably a little relieved to see each other. So Crystal and Kieran have worked together before. The others, you guys have actually heard of Crystal and Kieran. You know they've been on a mission recently that was talked about a lot. That was codenamed Blood on the Zephyr. That was a pretty big deal and talked about a lot because they helped basically broker. Oh, thank you, Lindy, for following. Lindy Marine, welcome. Thank you. But you know that they had helped in a pretty big mission bringing an ambassador from Darvasta to peace talks so that Eastern and Western Darvasta, which is a warring nation, it's a continent that used to be unified but split off and have been in this bloody civil war for the past 6 years. And those two were involved in kind of making sure the ambassador made it safely to the peace talks. And since then, you guys have heard in news that those peace talks have been successful and that the leaders of both Eastern and Western Darvasta have agreed to reunification, which is going to be a long and arduous process. This has been a bloody and painful war, and a one that hits a little personally for one of our agents at the table. So you guys are a little familiar. You also might have heard a little bit of some of the, or seen in the library. The name Fudge kind of might resonate with a few of you. Could you guys give me, for the first roll of the game, go ahead and give me a history check, see if any of you have heard or maybe came across any of Fudge's writings. Except for Fudge, you don't need to roll on yourself.
Sure, I might not even know some of the stuff that I've read.
I mean, maybe.
Okay, I'm gonna start
And
this.
a nut cracking to start. Wow.
Oh,
Same
yeah?
here.
Really?
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well-read individuals.
Just a straight 20 though. I have no pluses.
Okay.
History would give
It's
me
history's intelligence, yeah.
And you're muted, Kieran, so I didn't quite hear your number.
It is a 5.
A 5, okay.
Wow.
And
Karen
then,
is-
No.
And then
Karen does not read history books.
Oh.
Septis?
I actually end up with a 19.
A 19? Oh, because of the negative?
I got 16.
Okay. So Cephas, you've heard of one or two of Fudge's books that you've come across that you thought were a little interesting. What stood out to you was one called To Kill a Basilisk. That one was a bit more of a narrative tale of overcoming a basilisk terrifying a village. And you recall like an interesting story and anecdotes in it about Fudge and his companion Muffalo. Others you can't quite recall the titles to, but you think it might have been something like Brave New Wilds, but you can't recall what it was about. You remember seeing it on the shelf. But Sybil and Crystal, you guys actually have spent some downtime in the library and have come across some articles that he's written. So you recall quite a few titles. You also remember Brave New Wilds, which is mostly kind of focused on wildlife and plant life. And you remember as one of your favorites might have been Dances with Griffins. And of owlbears and halflings was an interesting tale. But Crystal, you recall No Forest for Old Elk was a pretty interesting one because it went over a lot of dangerous predators that you were unfamiliar with before. So yeah, Fudge is a bit of a local underrated celebrity of the collective in terms of his writing. So it's not you kind of clicking that in your head. You're like, oh, I wonder if he's that Fudge. It would make sense because Muffalo is mentioned a lot in his work as well, and he's hard to miss. You might have heard a few rumors or two of the others, but Cephas, I gather you're probably a pretty private person.
Yes. Yep.
So you're a little bit more of an unknown, but you have been on several missions before because you guys are level 5. So that would indicate you've done some missions with some others or some solo missions in the past, focused on kind of your expertise and what you do best. Sybil, same with you. You've done some missions in the past with other groups and solo. especially when they need an extra fighter in the mix. You've been a really strong and reliable person for that. So you've been in some scrapes. And they might have, I imagine you're such a unique person, just in your physique and everything, that I think the rest of you would have heard of Civil before, but maybe have never met her in person. But it's rare to find someone who is essentially like a cyborg, or they call them Warforged, but that's just, in your mind, just know it's a little different in my world than like on book Warforged, but we'll call them the same thing here. So you guys wait for a few moments, kind of looking around and recalling what you can, maybe making a little small talk, a little awkward small talk. And in comes a familiar sight to all of you, Lord Acastus Lavender III, the large, full, golden-maned lion in his formal aristocratic captain's attire with his wooden gold sword cane. Big, booming voice, alarming at times, but welcoming. Agents! Good, you're all seated. Whew, we've got quite the mission for you today. Thank you all for joining me. You've all been handpicked for your specialities for this mission. And I'm gonna tell you, this is gonna try you. This is gonna test you. This is also going to be a bit of more of a lengthy mission. You all are familiar with the peace treaty, right? I know that two of you were involved in aiding with that mission, but we're all aware of the peace treaty with Darvasta. Good. Being successful, they've decided to reunify under the leadership of a joint council. The 6-year war is finally over. But the scars on the land and its people run deep, and none was hit harder than the land along the front lines. Especially the once beautiful metropolis, a city once known as Hope, now lies in ruins. And you guys, this city was big enough and was beautiful. It was a tourist destination. It was full of art and architecture and beauty, and it has been completely bombed. Think of like the bombing of Dresden back in, I think that's World War I or World War II, where it's just this beautiful place that just got totally demolished. So it's akin to that. And so you all would be, if you've never visited there, you would have at least been familiar with it. It's like if someone went and, bombed France, Paris, or something along those lines. Some big place of cultural significance that has now been lost. And he mentions that the council is using a town outside of Hope, known as, strangely, Little Hope. I know, not terribly creative in that area, but they're using Little Hope as a staging area, a focal point of sorts, and a symbol for their efforts to reunify, rebuild. A lot of relief funds, reparations, supplies are being sent there, and then they'll spread out from there to those who need them. Their hope is that Little Hope, sorry, pun intended there. They're hoping, at saying that way too much, that it will become a symbol for the group and to show that even a place as downtrodden as that can come back. And if they can bring that land back, then they can bring the country together and bring it all back to its formal glory, hopefully, within the next decade or so. However, many problems have arisen that are impeding the council's efforts to rebuild and send aid. These problems come in many forms. There's reports of undead, dangerous and strange creatures, even mutations, odd illnesses, dangerous terrain, and above all, there's rumors of a powerful and secret rebel group that is rising in power, threatening to dismantle the peace and with the goal of reigniting the war. Not much is known about this group. I, myself, Gina, and Ellery have handpicked each of you for a reason. Those reasons will become clear if they haven't become clear already. I am trusting you to this mission. This is of utmost importance. These people have been through a lot, and it's time that they are able to breathe. And these things, these strange occurrences happening here is unnatural, and it needs to be dealt with. And we have decided to participate in these efforts because we find that it would be important and that this is our purview. These occurrences some seem expected, but others seem to go beyond what is normal, and just the sheer number of these strange reports is alarming, especially in this one area. So I'd like you to get in there and investigate what is happening at this town and the outskirts of the town. Offer what aid you can to its people. There's a bit of a hitch to it, and I'll let Gina go ahead and explain that. She does a little bit better of that things, and I've got a meeting to attend to. But Gina will answer any other questions you guys have, but it has been a pleasure seeing all of you. And I wish you all luck, and may the whatever god or goddess you pray to shine down upon you. The collective is behind you. And he just kind of slams his cane on the ground in some announcatory way and just kind of swishes out the door. Leaning against the wall, you see Gina, the bronze female dragonborn, no tail, strong, sculpted, muscular features, leather and gold, or leather armor with gold embossing, holding a familiar pup to some of you, the dachshund that she has adopted named Rufus. The dog kind of looks over, wags his tail at a few of you, growls at Muffalo. But Gina approaches and kind of leans over the table, takes a seat. All right. Big thing about this mission, before I take questions, it's going to be undercover. Like, way undercover. So you guys are going to pretend, your covers essentially, are going to be an adventuring party. There has been a coin that's been offered by the council. They've been sending to Town of Little Hope to help with the weird shit that's been going on out there. So basically you guys are going to pose as a opportunistic group looking to make some coin off of the hardships that this town is facing. Not in a malicious way, but just, seeing an opportunity and being skilled individuals, decided to make your way over there and see what coin you can make and what help you can provide. There will be no mention of the collective. You will not have any outside support. You will have limited funds, so you will have to earn for yourselves, largely. That is of the utmost importance, and that is because we do not know who the agents of this rebel group are. It could be anyone. And a main part of your mission is to find out who they are, who they're working for or with, and how they can be stopped. But if they catch wind that you're working with the collective or that you're associated with any particular government or organization, you won't get anything. Is that clear?
Understood.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I said, is that clear?
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Yes.
Yes, it is understood.
All right. I'll accept
Give
it.
him a growl, Muffalo. Muffalo gives me a growl.
Rufus gives a... All right. I'll take questions. What's up? What's on your minds?
So, like, I can't be a princess again?
Nope.
Fine.
Any
So,
other?
we will have no support from the collective.
Yep.
Which means no funds to pull from. No medical support. Nothing of that sort.
That is correct. You guys are going to have to figure it out yourselves. use the resources of the land itself, reach out, make contacts with new people.
Yeah.
What are you going to be able to send with us when we go? Like any kind of packs or gear or anything like that?
You can keep whatever gear you got on you. For a few of you, I know Ellery's got some new toys, so he'll be talking to some of you next. That's most of your gear is stuff I imagine a skillful adventuring party would have access to. So shouldn't raise any too many eyebrows with that. We are creating a cover for you of being a skilled group. We've already laid out some rumors of some other exploits that you guys have had in the past. So if anyone does do any digging, they should gather that you guys have done some work in other places, other parts of the world, and that you've come to Darvasta for the opportunities here, which isn't unusual.
Should we need to, how do we contact the collective?
There will be a dead drop at the location that we are sending you to initially. It will not be checked daily, but messages will be able to be received. It's essentially a box, and it's going to be hidden under some floorboards in this old ratty cottage that we're going to be teleporting you to. And so you can return to that cottage covertly, make sure you haven't been followed, place a message inside the box. It will magically transport the message back to the collective. If we need to contact you, we will do so through magical means. Good question.
Is there anyone we should be focusing on once we get there?
The weird thing is we've got almost zero intel on the area. It's been such a wild space. I mean, our agents have been almost completely removed from the area for years due to the Civil War. We didn't really want to play any part of it. We didn't support it. But peace we can get behind, and are willing to help the people out as much as we can. But unfortunately, we haven't had agents or boots on the ground in a long time in the area, so you're it. That's a part of your job, is to find out if there is anyone that we can trust down there. But I advise you to be wary, as we do not know who might be working with the rebel group and who might not.
Did you say which part of Darvasta that Hope and Little Hope are in? Are they in the east part or the west part?
Technically, they're a part of, it's been a bit of a contestation. Before they split, it was just, they were right in the center. When they split, the lines kept moving depending on how the war was going. Essentially, they're right up against no man's land, but currently on the side that was most recently known as Western Darvasta, but has in the past been over the border to Eastern, depending on where the front lines have moved to. But it's right in the middle.
What is the procedure should one or more of us have our cover blown?
If you have your cover blown, well, first I advise you don't have your cover blown. But if you do, then try to make it seem like they were working alone. Or that you used to be a part of the collective and have since left to join this group, if you can swing it that way. Essentially, we don't have a full protocol for that scenario. You'll have to maybe feel it out and see what seems right, what kind of subterfuge you feel would be the most convincing, depending on the audience you're working with.
Understood.
But please, that would be a good time for a dead drop info, because we might be able to offer some assistance, but we won't really know till we come across that scenario. But try hard not to let your covers slip. If they do, be good liars. I don't know. It's not my strong suit. Sorry. I don't do the underhanded stuff very often. Good questions, though. Any others?
Are you swinging all of our backstories to be that we were traveling with the group as part of otherworldly conquests, or are you going to be playing on my ties to Darvastia?
Not sure DM doesn't understand the question.
She wants to know if they're playing her backstory as she traveled the world with this group, because they said we were traveling around, we came to Darvastia, or they're going to play on the fact that she was a soldier in the war.
So you were an experiment, and one of many that failed, and I don't think you actually did. I'm trying to remember if we decided in your backstory if you actually fought or not. If you want to, we can do that and have it that you actually fought.
Yeah, because that was my understanding. I was damaged in battle and then experimented on.
Oh, so yeah, your previous life as a soldier. Yeah, not in your current form. Okay.
No.
Yes. Yeah. So for you could have been so Gina would address that if you were you saying asking her in character about it? Okay. You're going to be a bit pivotal because you're most familiar with the terrain. Even though you fought a little further outside of that side on the eastern front lines, but by eastern I mean not eastern Darvasta, but just further east on the western side. But so you never actually visited Little Hope from what I know of your backstory, of your history with the land. But there's a lot of deserters and you look pretty different from when you did fight there. But if you would like to play off of, if you think it would work in your favor to share that information, use it. If you think it's not going to work in your favor, then I would maybe hold on to it a little bit.
I think it would work in identifying the rebels if I play the part of a disgruntled ex-soldier.
I agree. I think that could definitely work in your favor into gaining their trust once you locate or are able to identify one of them. Could be a good angle to explore. And one that we were hoping this your experience could maybe lend to. So, good idea. Now, this land is full of extra dangers. There's dangerous people, dangerous creatures. Fudge, we're hoping that you could maybe do some studies on the impacts to the wildlife there. And there's been reports of mutated creatures.
Ain't natural.
We'd like to determine that. So if you could bring back some reports on what your guys' findings are about the impacts of that, we would appreciate it. The ruined city, if you guys go into the ruined city, be aware that it had multiple levels. There's an immense underground aspect to it. There was a lot of buildings that had huge networks of underground tunnels, and so just be aware that not everything will be on the surface. And that land has not been reclaimed by any kind of proper organization. So it's a bit of a unknown and wild area. Dangerous in terms of the ruins themselves, the unstable land, as well as whatever might reside in there. So if you go there, be on guard. No man's land, if you cross it, be careful. The trenches are deep. There's still poisonous gas, active mines. Beware. Any other questions before we send you out? Or send you to Ellery? I know you hear this like stuttering goat sound coming from the room outside.
I think I'm good.
All right. We wouldn't send you if we didn't believe in you. You got this. Ellery, your turn. You see this short goat man. He's in plain breeches with his little tail kind of poking out the back, his sweater vest with pockets filled with different tools, artificer tools kind of poking out, bowler cap with holes in it for his horns, and gold-framed reading glasses lay just on the tip of his snout. And he's carrying his usual clipboard and quill and a sack over his arm and some other items. Well, actually, it's just a big sack. And he kind of approaches and starts pulling things out of his sack. Says, "Oh, hey guys! Good to see some of you. I got some new treats for a few of you before you go out on mission. Sybil, come here, please, dear."
He'll stand up and slowly walk around the table.
"Hi, Sybil. Oh, let me look at you. Oh, wait, let me just fix." And he takes his tools out and kind of etches on one of the runes and kind of adjusts, cleans it up a little bit. "Okay, that should work better. All right, let me just," and he kind of hits a few things and kind of puts his fingers inside the inner socket of one of your arms, and you feel it unlatch as his skillful hands just know exactly where to do to kind of disconnect it, and kind of takes it off. And then he takes out of his pack this other kind of beautiful metallic arm that matches the coloring of the rest of your body.
You just took her arm off.
Oh, it's okay, Karen. She
Comes off.
Thank you.
Arms don't work that way.
Hers do. And he kind of like attaches it and hooks it in and puts some of the pieces, and then he says, "Okay, think sword. Point it that way, please."
That's very specific instruction. She'll point it that way and think sword.
So when you do, you see this this metal kind of folds out in this mechanical sound, and it kind of like each piece kind of folds out and then locks into place and folds out and locks into place. But this happens rapidly, like really fast, and within a second you have a full longsword blade out extending from your arm.
She'll
and you
take a
can kind of
few
grip it.
Test swings away from the group, obviously. She's not pointing at anyone, but a few test swings to see how it feels.
It's surprisingly lightweight. It must be made of some very good, strong metal. You can see some glowing runes along the sides indicating that it has magic infused in the blade. Nice sharp edges to it. And he says, "Oh, when you're done, just think, I don't know, go away sword or done or whatever you want. It really will just listen to your brain."
She'll intend for it to fold back up.
I don't know what you call it. What do you call it when you put it back away?
Retract.
Sure.
She
Yeah.
Yeah, good one.
I don't know. I don't fight. So enjoy that, and it should stay on pretty good. I'm one of the only people that know how to take that off, so I wouldn't worry too much about it.
Thank you.
Can't be disarmed. I mean, unless you get disarmed. Don't get disarmed. It's not nice.
Or pick up my other arm and will you hold on to this for me?
Oh yeah, and he puts it in the bag. And then he takes out. He reaches into his bag again, and pulls out a set of goggles, and he looks over at Cephas. "Oh, come here, Cephas. I got something for you. You're gonna love it."
And like before he even finishes saying that, you hear her chair kind of scrape back across the ground as she stands up, and her eyes have been fixed on him this whole time, almost like an animal looking at prey, but not deliberate. It's just like second nature in a way. And her eyes are just fixed as she approaches very close to him.
He kind of like shrinks back a little bit instinctively, and then goes, "Oh, none of that now."
I apologize. Habit.
It's okay. I work with a dragonborn and a Leo, so I used to it. So these goggles, go ahead and put them on.
She'll take them, put them on.
Now, only you can use these because you're the one that's attuned to the right kind of, well, death magic, essentially. And so if you try to give it to someone else, it ain't going to work right. But these will help you see to the other world. These are called veil sight goggles. They'll allow you to see into the spirit world, or the shadow realm, as some people call it. Now, when you look through them, you'll be able to see the presence of any spirits or other creatures that might hide just out of sight, like that. It'll be within 60 feet of you, so keep in mind that range. But in addition, if one of your companions gets possessed by some entity, with these goggles, it'll allow you to actually reach right into them and pull that spirit on out.
Will
Now,
be quite useful. A little bit blasphemous, but useful nonetheless.
well, I mean, you're going to be putting the spirits to rest, so I figured you'd like that part of it. That you don't belong possessing other people, right?
Sometimes you must utilize blasphemous ways to get the job done.
I forgot how creepy you were. Just, I hope they come in handy to you. And just be aware when you do that, if you use it to pull something out of someone, it's gonna hurt.
Well, I gotta interject. Who's it gonna hurt?
Oh, them, because they're grabbing onto a spirit and they don't like being grabbed onto, so you're gonna take some backlash from that.
Oh. So, like, if I get possessed by something and they pull it out of me,
They get hurt for pulling it.
They get hurt?
Yeah.
What am I gonna feel?
Whatever the spirit did to you beforehand, maybe? I don't know. I don't know whatever entity's doing things.
Ain't right.
Look, I just find I archive this stuff and I pull it out when I think it might be useful. And sometimes I make stuff. So, anyway, speaking of stuff made, and he pulls out, awkwardly kind of steps away from Sifthis and just kind of trots a little bit further away, going over.
Before you go too far.
Yes.
Not that I foresee this happening, but just in case, so there are no incidents. What would happen if I tried to use these to pull a spirit out of someone that belonged in that someone?
I don't believe I've given that much thought, but if it's a fully anchored soul, I don't think that would happen easily.
Understood. Thank you.
He makes some notes on his clipboard and kind of glances over it
So
at
does
you
Fudge.
with like really
So
like
does Fudge.
suspicion. So does Fudge. So as he's writing and you're writing, he walks over to you, Fudge. Kind of glances at your
we
notes.
compare notes real quick. Yeah, we compare notes.
You've done this before. Fudge, I made something I think you're gonna like. I know Muffalo's got his pen already, so he's good. But and he takes out this spear. I think you like this one a little bit better.
Ooh. Just quickly grabs it out of his hands. Give it to me.
And it's this very beautiful spear with like covered in these druidic runes that kind of spiral down the shaft of it. And he says that, so I know this is only going to really work for you too, similar to what I said for Sefthis and the goggles. So this is so that because you have such a connection to Muffalo, if Muffalo is harmed and you land an attack on the thing that harmed him, then you can add a little bit of extra damage to that creature
Nice.
if you choose. You can only do that once, and then you have to take a bit of a break. But every now and then, if you need just that little extra oomph to an attack, you can basically fuel your Fudge's Fury. That's what I named the spear, by the way, Fudge's Fury.
Sounds good.
You can channel that into an attack.
I love it.
So you guys are all geared up. Here's a pouch of gold for each of you. And Crystal and Kieran, you guys already have cool stuff. I can't give you any more than you got. But here's some gold. This is all we really feel comfortable giving you. Otherwise, it gets a little suspicious. So it's just 5 gold and made up of mostly copper and silver. Couple of maybe 1 or 2 gold coins in the pouches. We've tried to mix it up so it looked natural. So natural. And he kind of passes out the 5 gold worth of coin pouches to each of you. That should be good enough to get you guys started. Pay for food, pay for any general goods that you might find need of while you're in town, place to stay, and then from there, take some contracts that are part of your cover. You'll make a little money, and you'll learn a little bit more about what's going on in the town and its people. And that's a big part of what you need to do anyway, is just help these people. So, I don't really know too much more, but I wish y'all luck. And Agent Phalanx, I think some of you have worked with her before. She's going to be teleporting y'all down when you're ready. Need a few minutes or any questions?
Not for you, at
Just
least.
one minor thing, like what we're wearing now, is that sort of considered kind of acceptable adventure gear for what they might expect us to be wearing there?
Yeah, you all look pretty different and unique and associated with your own stuff. Adventure parties tend to be weird mixed bags, so that shouldn't be too unusual. As long as you don't have Chimera Collective symbols on you. Go ahead and leave anything like that at home. But
Immediately just do a once over to make sure I don't have any of that stuff on me.
So I assume then our code names, we just don't even want to talk about those code names at all, right?
I would just use a name, just a normal name. Whether it be your real names or if you want to use something else, but real names might be easiest.
Okay, but code names, we don't want to mention those, right?
Probably not. The code names are what protects your other names, and so that's what, if people have heard of your agent work, that's what they would know you as.
All right. Well, nice to see you again, Ellery.
Wonderful to
Always
see you too,
enjoy-
Crystal.
Oh, always enjoy
Thank you.
seeing you.
Oh, well, I got a dinner date, so I'll catch y'all later.
Aw.
I give him a high five.
He does it right back, and then he kind of shakes like it hurt.
Probably did.
And then you see kind of wafting in is this beautiful drow, pale drow wizard, Agent Phalanx, that some of you worked with on the Blood of the Zephyr. She's the abjuration specialist, dressed in her usual corseted black dress of black and ivory with gold vine designs along the bodice, flowing black skirt, and a wide-brimmed, fashionable black curved hat. And she kind of looks over the group and goes, "You're in the shit. All right, well, let's get you on your way."
Do it.
I'm sending you into a cottage of an old friend of mine. She hasn't been there in 6 years since the war started, so the cottage is a bit shite, but I would not recommend staying in it, but that's where your dead drop is. You guys ready?
You sound like you have familiarity with the area.
Not at all. Just visited my friend a few times, so we mainly stayed at the cottage. I did take a few trips down to Hope, the main city, but haven't seen it since it's been in ruins.
Any useful information you can pass along?
Well, from what I understand, the part of that you're going into Little Hope was mostly a farming village. So the people there were simple farmers, but a lot of them ended up being dragged into the war, became something more, lost people. But I believe the farms are still like a dominant thing for them. What else? There was... Nope. That's destroyed too. Never mind that. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know too much.
Was there any kind of an inn or anything there that you remember that might still be there?
I didn't go into Little Hope. We went straight to the city. So, in the city there was museums and big beautiful parks and factories, and it was a metropolis. But, I'm not really much for backwater towns, which is really what you're going into, so... Sorry. You'll find out.
We will have to make do.
I wish you all luck. Glad it's not me. You ready?
We'll go pick up her shield and nod.
Great.
Kieran also picks up her shield.
I get on the back of Muffalo and we just walk over.
Oh, right. Okay, I'll make it a bit wider. So she starts kind of doing this motion, sort of like Doctor Strange in a way, like with her hands, doing that kind of motion, and a portal appears in front of you guys, and you see mostly just darkness, but she indicates for you to go in.
Walk right on in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you all walk in.
I'm on each pistol, but I'm walking in.
You walk in and you feel this like cold energy and this rush. And then you just kind of step out on the other side into a completely darkened space. How many of you have like dark vision?
I have it.
Okay. So some of you can see that it looks like a dusty old cottage. It's got empty gaping holes in the walls and roof, rotting floors. Even those who can't see in this complete darkness right now can hear the sounds of several nesting creatures, bugs, small creatures skittering away in a mass rush of the sudden appearance of your group. Looking out, you can kind of see that there is some light. And there's trees covering the cottage, but you left and it was should be about afternoon, but even when you look out these big gaping holes in the walls, you can see that there seems to be a perpetual gloominess to the place. The darkness of the trees around you and the mist on the forest floor add to this feeling. And we will continue on from here after a short break. So let's just go on to break. We'll be back, everybody, shortly. Thank you for joining us. And just hold tight. Take a quick break and stretch.
And readers, welcome.
And we're back. At least I hope I got the audio right this time.
I think so.
Did you,
I
did you
can
unmute
see-
OBS?
Yeah, I unmuted OBS this time.
There you go.
Should be good. So sorry, Raiders. I got raided right as I was going to break. But here's a cute kitty face to try to make up for it. She's annoyed with me though. Alrighty. So you guys have arrived in Darvasta. It is a bleak, gloomy place. But you are here. You're in this creepy little cottage. You know that there's supposed to be a box kind of hidden in the floorboards somewhere that's supposed to be for your dead drop. And you guys do know you were given... I didn't say this through Phalanx, but she would have told you kind of the direction ahead to head towards the town. So I just forgot to mention that to you guys before you left. So we'll just, retract that a little bit and say that she told you kind of the direction ahead, said there was a road. She told you there was a road that was like this dirt kind of road right outside the cottage that will take you through the forest into where Little Hope is. That leads in through the farmlands to Little Hope to follow that road. So, what would you guys like to do upon your arrival?
Kieran is going to start looking for the box because she can see perfectly fine in this darkness.
Okay, give me an investigation check. It's going to be a low DC because they do want you to find it, but they don't want just anyone to find it.
Alright, you're done for the fucking day. Get the fuck out of here. That's it. That was a 2.
A 2?
Yep.
So, Kieran, you start kind of moving these rags around, and there's this, like, rat's nest that you kind of push to the side, and you're lifting some floorboards, and you notice there's a skeleton that you come across that spooks you a little bit that you weren't expecting.
She would not be spooked by a skeleton.
All right. What if it falls on you?
Considering her last adventure, if it's not moving or trying to bury me in sand and attack me with its pet attack alligator.
That's fair. Very well.
It just happens to fall over right when you look at it, so it looks like it's moving.
There we go.
Yep, that's exact. Yeah, just. Bleh.
Yeah, she would instinctually try and turn it.
Nothing happens because it's a dormant skeleton. But you do not find the box for the life of you. You don't think it's even here.
I'm gonna light a torch. Why not?
Okay.
And just light the room up.
Okay. You light a torch.
And I'm just gonna tell Muffalo to sniff out the box.
Muffalo gives you a look like...
I don't know either. I don't either know. We gotta find a box.
He just kind of tries to humor you by sniffing around, but he has... You notice he does seem to lunge towards something, and you hear this loud, like... And then he turns back around, and he's got this big juicy rat in his beak. And he's just like...
What?
Seems pretty pleased with himself. This must have been what you meant.
Who's a good boy? Cleaning up the riffraff. But that's not what we're looking for. I'll take a look around, see if I can find this box.
Okay, give me an investigation.
Not great at all. But
no one's ever finding the dead drop box.
It is a 6. I don't have any pluses to that, so it's just a normal 6.
You continue to try to look. You find a lot of rat feces and more like nesting materials, and you walk face first into a bunch of spider webs, but I mean you're used to that, so it doesn't really phase you. But that's
bad character.
But no box.
Yeah, I don't think there's a box here. That or they're really good at hiding it. So
for heaven's sakes, it's got to be here somewhere. So Krista will take her foot, and with her boot, she's going to move her foot back and forth to look to see if there's a spot in the floor that seems sort of more uneven or hollow. Like she'll walk around a bit.
I like that. Yeah. Give me a roll for
something.
Yeah, give me an investigation.
Not that that's going to help anything.
It might.
No. I am not going to find anything either. might stick one of my high heels through a hole in the floor, but that's
Well,
about all that's going to happen.
What'd you get? Because I lowered the DC because of your creative
5.
use. Okay, that's not quite as
Are you
low
sure
as
you
I
picked
said
the
it.
right agents for this?
Guess we're all gonna try. So I was gonna go towards one of the windows, try and look outside, but seeing everyone not find the damn box, there's just a giant sigh, and I'm gonna look for the damn box.
Okay, give me
Probably do much
an
better.
investigation check.
Okay, that's a 19 for a total of
Okay.
19.
Your piercing eyes scan across the floor and immediately see this slightly discolored board that has this kind of hole in the top, and you see your eyesight's so good that you can kind of peer in and you see that there's something stone inside. It looks like it's a hollow. So you walk over to it, kick it up with your foot, and just kind of point at it like,
Oh well, now that it's
right
now
there.
it's obvious. Oh.
I mean, the others did probably help a little bit because they removed a lot of the debris that was covering where that location was. So it was kind of a
Team
group effort. Yeah. So, but yeah, you found it. So at least you guys know the location of the dread drop box is right there. And it looks like this little black, almost lead looking box, but it's just this kind of very dark metal or dark gray ore that this box was poured and made out of.
Rehide the box.
Okay.
And then I want to go peek outside because I want to see if there's anything around the cottage.
Okay, give me a perception check.
Because last time she here is very war-torn country, so things can be everywhere.
Kieran's gonna write a note in Jotun that says we found the box and put it in the box.
Okay.
Perception check, that was on this screen. That's a straight 18.
And Kieran, when you open the box, you see that there is some like runes kind of they're a little hard to see at first, but when you run your hands over it, you can feel them on the lid of the box, on the inside. Do you open the box again once you place the note in it? Or do you just...
Of course.
Okay. When you open it again, the note that you wrote has disappeared.
Oh, that is so cool.
Yeah, let's try it with something else. And I'm gonna pull a little bit of like lint out of like my bag, put it in there, and then close it.
Close it. Okay.
And reopen it.
It's gone.
Oh, we need one of these boxes, Muffalo. Like this is too
I
good
don't
to be
know that
true.
we should be fooling around with it though too much. They might think we're being kind of frivolous here, and they said use it for
Alright.
emergencies. So, but yeah, it's pretty neat.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool.
Is there a chimney?
You do see remnants of an old fireplace. A lot of the bricks have crumbled, and part of the roof near it has been kind of broken away. There's a lot of leaves and debris on the ground in front of it, but yeah.
Kieran wants to feel in the chimney for the flue.
For the flue?
Yeah. So so in chimneys there's like a little lip.
Oh yeah, no, I know. I'm just
okay.
Curious as to where this is going. So
Because she's gonna hide the box in the lip. That's where the flue is.
Okay, got it. There is a definitely... Hold on. You're lucky that was a nat one. You feel the skittering of creatures moving away, and one of them flutters and seems to skitter and crawl quickly up the chimney. And you could feel a lot of debris. Like there's definitely something that was nesting up there, but you could put the box up there.
All right.
Okay, so you put the box up there.
You know, and she's not being sneaky about it, so everyone else can see where it is. So that way we don't have to go like rummaging through floorboards again. And then she'll go like, "That's like one of the best places to hide things."
Is that where you used to? Oh, I'm asking now. Like, is that where You used to hide stuff?
No comment.
Because I feel like if you hid stuff in there in a working chimney, like wouldn't that just like get burnt up whenever you use?
No, there's a lip where the flue is, so you don't put paper up there, but if you put something sturdy, it's okay. It'll get a little dusty and dirty and maybe a little scorched, but
And
And
we have some
Fair
insight on
Yep.
how those fires started.
And this is belated, I'm sure, but welcome Raiders, 20 sides to every story. Sorry, my chat is like way off to the side of my third screen, so I haven't been looking at it as often as I should. It's kind of my first time running a stream, so, but welcome. Glad to have you.
Kieran, I'm just wondering though, like what's going to happen? Say some sort of unsavory types come in here and decide to use this cottage, and then they maybe decide to light a fire. Is that or live here? Oh, if they live here, we're in real big trouble. But I mean, if they're here for a while, you sure the box is going to be safer there than in the floor?
I mean, it's a metal box. I mean, and the chimney is crap right now. So I mean, nobody in their right mind is gonna light a fire in it.
We could always
Well-
leave a sign too. That's like, don't use the chimney or the fireplace.
I would totally use the chimney if I saw a sign that said "Don't use the chimney."
Why would you do that? Literally, it's a sign that says, don't use the fireplace.
You ain't never worked with Kieran before, have you?
No, I haven't worked with any of you yet, so.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know.
Well, Kieran's kind of perverse sometimes like that, So, just saying.
I'm not a pervert.
No, I didn't say pervert. I said perverse.
Okay,
There's a difference.
I'm not quite sure. I'll have to ask Mother Superior.
Okay, you just make a note of that, Kieran, and you just ask away next time you see her.
All right. Well, I guess we've established we're not going to leave a sign then. I feel like we should, but
Like, this place is deserted. Like, who's gonna come in here looking for a sign?
is this place like out in the middle of nowhere, or are we like in an old rundown area?
You don't know. You haven't been outside yet. But that brings us back to Sybil and her perception check of 18. So Sybil, what you see when you look out this like broken down, like the window shutters have, one of them is completely just broken off. The other one is kind of hanging on its hinges. Easy enough to look out. Again, you see the forest floor is covered in this mist. There seems to be some, thickness of the forest, the trees, and then you kind of peer out and over to the side and you see the dirt road path that Agent Phalanx did mention to you guys. You don't see anything out of the ordinary. You do notice like some small skittering creatures that again were disturbed by your guys' arrival, kind of still not knowing what to do with themselves. And your very piercing gaze is able to kind of locate where they're at, but you don't see anything alarming right now. Just seems like normal kind of dark, gloomy afternoon. There doesn't appear to be any other, you don't see any other cottages nearby. This seems to be sort of like, based on what you can see through this window anyway, the view seems pretty isolated. This is a cabin in the woods. Little cottage in the woods.
Well, with them done stowing the box wherever they're stowing it at, she wasn't paying too much attention to what was happening inside the cottage. She'll deal with that. She has to deal with that. She'll move over to the door and put her hand on the knob, but before she opens it, she'll turn back to the group and be like, when we're on the road, just keep your eyes peeled. It was not unusual to see ruins used as mines.
Cool.
Well hidden, usually.
You mean like
Extra
mine?
eye out.
You mean like mine shafts?
No, like runes etched into the ground and hidden so that when you step on them, they blow you up. Open
That's
the door.
mean.
And you recall that the rune is just like the top, just the piece that you're able to kind of barely make out, and it happens because of the engraving on the magical engravings on the top. Sometimes, if you're eagle-eyed enough, you can see like dirt that settles at the top kind of sink into those grooves and form a glyph. But the thing that's underneath is this mechanical device, this explosive device that was created that they hide underground. But you know that looking for those little indentations in the shape of glyphs is sometimes the only indication you have. Unless it was buried poorly, then sometimes you can see like a little bit of a mound. But
yeah. We're open the door and try and keep an eye out as we move towards the road.
Okay. All right, so you guys are gonna start your travels along the road. Can I have someone take the lead?
Yeah,
Who would like to take the lead?
real quick, as we're leaving this house, it's like, I assume, fairly like dusty and kind of dingy in here.
Yep.
So I'll be at the back of the group as we leave, and I'm going to prestidigitate just a bit of wind at floor level to cover all the tracks and stuff that we've left in the dust.
Okay, smart.
Nice.
I'll make note of that.
I'll take lead also on the way out.
Okay.
Me and my flow.
See him take point. I'll describe what he's looking for in the glyphs for the mines.
Let's see. Give me... What would it be? Give me a survival check, Cephthis, to see how well you are, how good you are at kind of like catching all of that and making it look like a natural windswept.
I am a 22 good at it.
You did good. You feel pretty confident that most of the tracks are covered really well. Alrighty. So Fudge, would you please give me you could either do you could do like a survival roll if you wanted to kind of find the path, and you could do essentially you can make an argument for a lot of different roles here. So you could do
Survival is my bread and butter, so I'll roll survival.
Okay.
I'll lead this group
The
through.
best thing to do is just intimidate nature to working for you.
Yeah.
Right.
Is Fudge taking the lead?
Fudge is
Yes.
leading. Mm-hmm.
All right, so Karen will walk up to Fudge, and then she will just go, just a little something to help you out, and she'll just like poke you on the forehead, and she's like, "Book," and you have a vigilant blessing.
Nice.
Wow.
And
I don't know what that does.
Basically, until I use this again, you have advantage on your next initiative roll.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. All right. That is an 18, and I have a +9 to survival. So what is that, 27?
Oh wow. Okay. And then give me a percentile roll, please.
Oh, geez. Here we go. Uh, 72.
Okay. So you guys are traveling down this road, and you see the trees kind of curve over the road in this kind of looming, gnarled fashion. As you're traveling, you see portions of the road have been blown out completely supposedly from now that Sybil's giving you the heads up. If you had to guess, it was a mine that had exploded. Based on Fudge's roll, you could tell that this happened maybe a couple of years ago. A mine exploded on this road, and you see some debris of some like old automobile that had crashed or been exploded. There's some metal debris off to the side that's kind of been overgrown and curled around it, indicating that it's been a while since that happened. You continue on, and you see other signs of some battle or skirmishes that might have had it on and off the road. There's portions of trees that have been just blown off. where their trunks are kind of shattered and sharded and bare. But for the majority of it, it's just quiet forest as you guys are walking along. At times it feels a little too quiet, Fudge. You notice like usually there's, especially in the afternoon, there's usually a little bit more activity in the trees, especially a densely populated forest like this. By densely populated means just like a dense forest, because the trees are pretty close together in this area. But it's pretty quiet. You guys carefully continue on down the road. The night starts drawing on. It starts getting a little bit darker. You can see the sun, it begins to set as you guys do make it to the tree line of where the forest seems to taper off and end. And you guys look out and you see that there is, you've reached the farmlands. And it's large swaths of just flat lands that have been cultivated. Looking out, you see a lot of the crops seem to have had a rough time. There's bare patches. There's evidence of places where they have kind of rotted and died. But you do see that there is some healthy crop a little further on.
I would probably like take note of like what's happening here on the land.
Okay.
Can I do like a nature check to learn like
Sure.
why it's rotting out?
Sure.
Okay. Oh, not great. An 11.
Okay. You kind of take a moment and bend down and put your hand into the soil of the earth and kind of give it a good smell. Share it with Muffalo. Muffalo gives it a good sniff. And it has this like faint acrid smell to it. Like the soil had been at some point something foreign, maybe poisonous, had been introduced to it, and you can tell that whoever is keeping these lands have tried to till the soil and kind of turn it over and mix it with healthier soil, but there's just traces of this kind of acrid foreign material that still seems to be stifling the growth of crops in this area. Like it's just struggling to recover.
Does it look like it's like been here for a while like this, or something that's new?
Hard to tell.
Okay.
Does Fudge share this information?
Yeah, he'll you probably are like really like probably seeing him observe, like really sniffing the dirt and then giving it to Muffalo, and then Muffalo doing the same thing, and then him kind of putting it back, and then he'd be like, these lands have been corrupted a bit by poison or something. Something was placed here, and they're struggling to grow things. It's hard to tell though when this was when this
Can
happened.
I do a medicine check on the soil to see if like maybe there's some sort of toxin in it?
Sure.
Ooh, that's too bright. 15 plus 7 is a 22.
Okay. So you kind of reach into your pack and take out this vial, and take a piece of the soil and kind of put it in the vial and shake it to dilute it, and kind of look at the color that it's turning. And you can confirm, yeah, there's definitely traces of a high toxin, a poisonous toxin that has kind of been introduced into the soil. Maybe not too recently, but recently enough to make the soil struggle. But if you had to guess, maybe a year or two back, there was some massive poisonous like injection into this land.
Would I have to make a separate check to determine what could possibly reverse the effects?
That would be a nature check.
She would then say, we kind of like need a druid if we can fix this. It's definitely poison, and it's pretty strong too. It's like, whatever grew here would probably kill you if it could grow.
Don't know anything about that.
She's gonna hold on to it,
Okay.
just in case she potentially finds someone who might be able to see if they can figure out if there's a way to neutralize it.
Okay. Sybil, could you give me a history check
Mm-hmm.
as they're having this conversation?
13.
With the 13, you know that poison was a weapon of choice on both sides. It came in many different forms. A popular one was gas. But you did hear rumors of them adding it to like the water supplies, and that was a particularly nasty thing. You never participated in any of that type of warfare yourself, but you do know that both sides committed some atrocities, and a lot of it did involve various poisons to prevent troops from being able to eat, and also just to set traps and other various means. So you're not too surprised to hear that she is finding traces of poison in the soil.
I think with that, she'd just probably speak up and go, it was not unusual for poison to be used in warfare. Be it gas or water supply.
I don't like it. It's not right. Ain't natural.
No, that's the point. Poison the crops, starve out the other side.
Hurt the local wildlife too. I ain't happy about that.
Never saw it done myself, but collateral damage and all that is usually what we hear them say.
How long has it been since the war's been over?
Not long at all. There's portions of the land that, the war has moved away from, so it hasn't been touched as recently. But there's been skirmishes and battles as recently as a few months ago, before the peace treaties happened. There was a truce that occurred, so I'd say it's probably been about 7 months since active battle. This is all very recent.
Okay. Yeah, I'll probably keep us moving forward. You said it was getting like late into the evening already? Like, is it getting close to dark?
The sun is starting to set.
Is it kind of easy to tell how far away from Little Hope we are?
You're not sure, but there does seem to be, if there's farmland, maybe there's some, barn you could stay in or something along those lines if you're looking for a safe haven.
Yeah, I'll start kind of paying attention and looking for a good place to camp.
Looking out for that, okay?
Yeah.
You guys continue on, and the sun begins to set. You see that nice, like, golden little flash of twilight before it fully goes down. You guys are walking along through this farmland, passing by fences, and as you're getting a little more towards the center, you notice that there are areas where the crop is starting to get a little bit stronger. That there's corn and hay and things that seem to be growing, and evidence of a more tended part of the farm. And then you hear this loud, piercing scream.
Yeah, I will start heading towards it.
Humanoid scream?
Humanoid scream.
Shield out, spear out. Me and Muffalo charging in.
Welcome, Raiders!
Followed
Renfi
behind.
and Amy Akari. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you.
I'm going to cast Mage Armor on myself
Okay.
and then follow behind.
Okay.
Squishy caster.
So the scream is leading you guys. You would have to jump over
geez, another
the.
one.
Another raider? What was the last? Ninja of the Blue, welcome! Thank you, Raiders!
What is going on
Woo
tonight?
woo!
Jeez
Bum,
Louise.
bum, bum, bum.
I don't know, but I'm digging it.
Yeah,
That's
we're
it.
on fire tonight. All right, welcome, guys. It's about to get exciting. So You guys are looking for the source of this scream, and it sounds like it's coming from more towards this, off to the side in the center of the farm. You see this kind of broken down windmill raising up, and it sounds like the scream is coming from somewhere over there. The windmill is kind of this landmark that you can follow. You do have to jump over some wooden fencing to get to it. Do you continue forward?
Yeah, I'm jumping right over it.
Okay. You guys continue forward, and you're crossing through. It's a little hard to see because there's tall crops of corn and hay, and you're heading towards where the scream is coming from. As you get closer, give me a perception check, everybody. Who is going in? If anyone's hanging back, let me know.
And if we seem to be within 60 feet, I'd also like to use Divine Sense.
Okay.
Which would tell me the location of any celestial fiend or undead within 60 feet.
Okay.
I got a...
How far are you from Kieran?
I was keeping up with him until...
So
I'm guessing he was running, so I had to stop running in order to do the Divine Sense, and then
you'll get a ping really close to you.
Okay.
I'm running in, but my perception is very poor.
I rolled a 15.
I got a 18.
Okay.
I also got an 18.
I'm getting all my bad rolls out of the way right now. 6.
I got a 9.
Okay. Sorry, my Roll20 is being like really slow, so I'm trying to look something.
Holy crap, we got another
Mine
one.
was today too.
Woohoo! New Age
going on?
Geeks, welcome Raiders. Thank you.
Oh, wow. All right.
I need to make a command that can just do all the emotes for me. Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
So
emote
many.
command. I just need to check if this thing qualifies as a thing. Okay, so your divine sense is within 60 feet? Okay, so you're not quite there yet, but as you guys get closer, you do, those of you who got over a 15 on your perception check, are able to discern that this sounds like a young voice, feminine, humanoid, scared. And as you get moving closer, there's a point where you're running forward, Sybil, where your divine sense immediately alarms you, and you get this cold shiver that you're familiar with. That is an indication that undead are present in the area.
So I shout a warning to the group, undead ahead.
And as you guys rush forward, you could see just above the line of crops on this ledge, this wooden ledge of this broken down windmill, there appears to be a young girl with her holding her knees up, screaming, scared. And she has puffy hair on top and sort of like two pigtails of poofs and a bovine face. She's sort of like a palish in coloring and clearly a scared child. And you guys...
So is she where the ping is coming from?
You could sense the ping is coming. Does it give you divine sense? Gives
Location.
you like pretty precise.
It says you know the location, so.
Okay, so you can sense it's not coming from up above. It's not coming from her, but there's multiple pings around, and one immediately below her. And as you guys burst through the crops, you notice there's these sounds of this sickening, kind of chomping as you see these creatures hunched over the bodies of these cows and sheep that have been completely slaughtered. Their entrails just covering the floor of this once beautiful little farmland near these pumpkins. And they're just kind of tearing into the flesh. And one of the ghouls is trying to claw and reach up at this young girl from her perch up above it. And we're going to need you to all roll for initiative.
Let's do it.
What?
Kieran,
And I'll move us over to the map screen.
Right?
Yep.
Okay.
Until it gets used.
Awesome.
So let me just get all your icons here.
Well, that's not bad.
Oh, finally a decent roll.
God, you're done too. Fuck
I
you.
didn't get a decent roll.
Oh my god.
I got a decent roll, but
Yeah,
I
but
have
it's
a minus
you know what
one.
it is. They're just making up for the bullshit that happened on my game on Saturday. That's all it is. They're just continuing that fucking nonsense. So dumb.
So you guys are I'll let you guys kind of place yourselves in this area within where these crops are. We'll say that's where you'll start from, various positions in this area. Where I pinged. Ping, ping. Just,
I can't move my dude.
oh,
Or
that's
Ruffalo.
because
Neither.
I didn't set it up early enough when you guys added Roll20 a little later. So let me just fix that real quick. I didn't get a chance to fix it earlier.
It would probably be somewhere in the second row, unless you had to take a moment to do her divine sense.
Okay. Sefthi should be able to move.
Yep.
Get Muffalo set. God, Roll20 is going so slow for me right now. Why you gotta be that way? Determined by character settings. What? How can I set like this character token? It says controlled by determined by character settings.
It doesn't give you a list of people to pick.
No, it doesn't.
That's odd.
Oh, hold on. Represents character. Here, I'll just do it this way. That should work.
Control by should give you like basically
Yeah.
the GM and then the list of players in order.
It was because it had it listed as like, I don't know, it was weird. It was like a token thing.
Yeah.
Let me click on fudge. Stupid Roll20.
Don't fudge.
Never.
Don't make me restart you. Testing my computer's limits today, I guess. I don't know. It's a good computer too. Calm down.
Nah, don't feel bad. I have a friend. When I play his campaign,
You should be good.
Roll20 is dog slow for me.
Yep. There we go.
So you see there's kind of blood all over the floor from these creatures. You're not sure what they are, but they look pale and humanoid in shape, but they've got long clawed hands with these dangerous looking nails on the ends, and they've got these sharp teeth and dead eyes.
Is anybody else able to be able to, like, I can't see the initiative table.
Because I did
Oh.
not put it up. So that is,
Oh.
Yeah.
thank you, Siva. That is definitely a thing.
Initiative? We don't need no stinking initiative.
I mean, I rolled so low, I don't really have an initiative.
Yep, pretty much. I'm in the same boat.
Nope, not what I wanted to do.
You move the map, Control Z.
Is Control Z like a undo button?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
There we go. Thank you. I just wanted to select tokens. Let me do it.
You can do it. You just don't want to be in the map layer to do it.
Yeah. Add turn.
There you go. Yeah, that's nice.
Now the race to enter begins.
I only have one digit, so.
Metal dice. Oh, a ghoul set got a nat 20 for their thing. Look at them. Their initiative. I need to change the music up too. You do that. So many things to balance. We want. This one. Okay. Bam, bam. Bam, bam. We've got Muffalo just goes after you. That's good. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Well, he goes on my initiative, so I can send him first or second.
Alrighty. So, should we take? I'm still getting used to kind of like the frequency of breaks and stuff. Should we take a quick break before we launch into this battle? Imagine might be a good idea. How are we
Before
feeling?
or after. We don't know how long the battle is going to be. You have more information than we do, so...
Yep.
Okay. We'll hold off for a beat. It'll be alright. Not saying that this battle's going to be over fast, but...
Yeah, we're going to get TPK'd. We'll have to start new characters. They'll send us over.
She smiled as she said that. I'm a little terrified for our health.
I have some ideas. So, alright. Let's launch into this. So we're starting off with, looks like Crystal. So Crystal, you come out, you can spot the little girl. You can see there's some creatures on the ground. You don't know what they are, but they're eating dead flesh. They seem real nasty.
Well, okay. Right. I'm just trying to actually pull up the attacks on my weapons here. I'm in Roll20 and there's what I'm after. Okay, got it. Right table. Yes. Okay, I am going to pull out the Widow. And I am going to... Now, is that pulling it out at one action or no?
We can say you had it. If you want, we can say you had it ready.
Okay. All right. I just need to... a little bit of measuring here.
In chat, let me know if the music is too loud or too quiet, or if anyone in particular, like myself, is too loud or too quiet. Still kind of, first time running streams, so your help is appreciated to make it a good experience for everybody.
Okay. I really don't need to be terribly close, so I will just actually move to here. And then I will attack this creature with my blunderbuss. Or not my blunderbuss, I'm sorry, with the Widow.
All right.
So...
aim and take that shot.
Oh, that would be a... 21.
That definitely hits. Roll that damage.
Okay, so that's 1d12 plus 3. Ooh. So that's only going to be 6 damage, unfortunately.
And which one were you aiming at?
This one?
Okay, the one harassing the little girl. Okay.
Yep. And then I believe now at level 5 I get a second attack.
Do it. Shoot again.
So... oh dear. And That is only going to be a 10.
A 10 misses, but you do notice something kind of interesting as you kind of glance through your drow sight as you're aiming up your shot. You notice that they have no infrared register. They're cold beings.
Okay, I will share that information with the rest of the party.
And that brings us to, I'm guessing you're going to stay there, or do you have any additional movement you'd like to do?
No, I'm perfectly happy there.
Alrighty, now it's the ghouls' turn. We've got Ghoul, and then Fudge and Muffalo are on deck after the ghouls. So the first set of ghouls, this one is going to try to jump up and reach for the girl again. It's been working on it. Trying to get a grab on her. Misses. This one, I'm going to see, here's the shot. And because that was very loud. So it's going to start heading towards the source of of that sound. It's 30 feet, 5, 10. Okay, that will be Crystal. You see that through the fence, this clawed arm with just unnaturally long arm with these awkward joints and gnarled hands, sharp, jagged nails on the end, just goes and takes a swipe at you, trying to grab at your leg. 22 to hit.
That is a hit.
You take 7 points of slashing damage.
Okay. Now, does that need to go into Roll20, or can that just go onto...
You could track it on D&D Beyond. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, track it where you want. I'm fine with that. And I do need a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. Oh, that's not good. That's only a 9.
So, Crystal, you feel these gnarled nails dig into your flesh, tearing at it, and then you get a little alarmed as your leg goes numb and seizes up. And that feeling starts crawling quickly, rushing through your body, paralyzing you in place. You are paralyzed for the next minute. But you can make a saving throw at the end of each of your turns and end it on a successful con save. Okay?
Okay.
But mechanically, Crystal is currently frozen. So anyone who views her might not notice it immediately at first, because you're used to her kind of standing and aiming kind of still, for at least Kieran, who's worked with her before. But if anyone's paying somewhat attention, you might notice that she's like barely breathing even. She's so still. And I'll bring us to the next set of ghouls, which also are going to head towards the direction of that sound. Catches, let me see if it catches sight. Yeah, it sees Fudge. He's gonna take a swing. With a 2 on the die, that is definitely gonna miss.
Mm-hmm.
And the other one couldn't quite make it, so that's it for their turn. It is Fudge and Muffalo. What would you guys like to do?
I'm gonna order Muffalo to go protect that little girl, and he's gonna charge off and he's gonna barrel straight into this thing and do an attack on it. He is... Oh, that's not great. That is, unfortunately, a 7 to hit.
So Muffalo is not he's not an easy to miss figure. So the ghouls saw him coming for sure and kind of did this crouched kind of readying pose and just managed to kind of like dodge out of the way of Muffalo's strike, unfortunately.
Okay, so yeah, nothing special happens. And then I'm going to attack. I'm going to move up one. And I'm going to attack this guy right next to me. Actually, yeah, I'm going to attack this guy. I trust Muffalo to protect that little girl.
Okay.
That is a 19 on the dice with a +7. So was that a 26 to hit?
That hits.
And 9 points of piercing damage.
Got it.
And then I'm going to attack him again.
Do it.
Not as good this time. That is an 11.
11 is not going to hit. It misses, so...
Okay. So yeah, I just come up and you see Fudge have his shield out in front and his spear in there. First one probably jabs into the gut of this thing and he rips it out and then tries to swing it back around to try to like gash across its like neck and it just kind of misses.
Yeah, you feel the impact in the guts and it's like snarls at you and goes and deflects the other attack with its claws.
Okay. And that'll be it for my turn.
Good turn. So you're gonna stay in place, I'm guessing?
Yeah, I'm gonna stay right there.
All right. Sybil with the little girl and then Kieran on deck. Sybil, what would you like to do?
I'm going to move and make sure I count this out right. I'm going to move 30 feet to here, kind of going skirting around so I don't get in melee range with the other two. As a bonus action, I'm going to look over my shoulder at this one that was going after the girl, and I'm going to cast Compelled Duel on it.
Okay.
So it needs to make a Wisdom save. Not a great DC, but let's see if we can do it.
I don't think they're very wise. That's an 11.
Oh, that fails. So the creature is drawn to me, compelled by my divine demand. For the duration, it has disadvantage on attack rolls against creatures other than myself. I must make a Wisdom saving throw each time it attempts to move to a space that is more than 30 feet away from me. If it succeeds that saving throw, it doesn't restrict the target's movement for that turn only.
So disadvantage if it attacks anyone but you.
Yeah.
And if it leaves your range of if it leaves 30 feet of you, it has to make a Wisdom save?
Yeah. And actually, I wanted to move there, because I think that was 30 feet from where it was. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah. So it has to attack me or it has disadvantage on its attack rolls, and it can't move more than 30 feet from me.
Okay. Do you know if it feels like, does it feel a compulsion to attack you in particular, or just that this, if it does attack someone else, this happens? Like, what do you feel like, even if it doesn't say so in the spell, like how do you feel this spell works?
It is drawn to me and compelled by my demand, so I think it's trying to compel it to attack me.
Okay, so we'll play it that way as well. Perfect. Anything else?
I would like to hold my attack action for when it comes to me.
Right, okay, got it.
So I'm preparing for that, because that's my bonus action to cast.
That was a bonus action. Okay, got it.
Yep.
All
so
right.
I'm going to hold my attack action when it comes in range.
Sounds good. That's the trigger. So keep that in mind, because I may forget. So just when it comes back to the ghouls' turns.
Yep.
remind me. So it's little girl's turn, and she kind of looks down and gets a little scared at the sight of the owlbear, but sees Sybil and sees Fudge a bit, and just kind of calls out, "Help, please!" And that's it for her. That's all she can do. Kieran and then Sefthi will be on deck.
I am not liking the formation of this particular battlefield. Alright.
Oh, okay.
Let's do this. Kieran is going to cast as an action, because these guys really haven't been hit, and she can't tell if anyone's doing significant damage to them. So she is going to cast a 3rd level moonbeam.
Okay.
And that's going to be centered here.
All right.
So basically, those 4 blocks are covered in moonbeam.
I have a spell effect for you. Just let me pull that up real quick.
Ooh.
See where my moonbeam is. There it is. Okay. Let me give you control of it. There you go. Does that look like the right radius? It said it was the 5-foot radius, 40 feet one. So should be right.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me see. It should cover 4 squares.
Yeah. So you can go ahead and move that wherever you want. Alrighty. Do they need to make those saves right now, or is it at the beginning of their turns?
It is. Oh, that's someone undead. It didn't put the actual spell text in it. That is annoying. I was hoping it put the spell text. So basically, when the creature enters the spell area for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there, it's engulfed in ghostly flame. So they get it now because they've entered it for the first time.
Okay, and there's a save, right? What's the save? For half damage, I think?
Yeah, it's a Constitution save, and my DC is 15.
1 makes it, 1 biffs it. Bad.
Yep. All right, cool. And let me roll my D10s. It's not bad. It's going to be 15 points of damage.
15 points of damage for the okay, so one of them will take that full and the other will take half. I'm just moving your moonbeam for a quick moment so I can add that. Sorry, trying to do math. I was like, where's my calculator? So I'm adding previous damage to this damage. Okay. All right, so good. Because we round. Oh, I'll just do that. So you see that as the moonbeam settles on these 2 figures and this kind of piercing energy goes through them, lighting them up. You can see their skin is just insanely, deathly pale, like they're just walking corpses. But they're more than that. They're actual creatures. Their eyes are kind of sunken in with this like pale, almost like a film across them. Bloody maws, and one of them, as it gets hit by this bright light, you see that skin start to fizzle and burn away, and It's the one that had taken damage previously from Fudge's attack. And it just kind of screams and crumbles to the ground. Stops moving. The other one seems badly injured. Alrighty, good.
It's my time. Wasn't taking chances.
Yeah, no, that was pretty sweet. And so that brings us to Sefthi. Unless Kieran wanted to make any kind of movement or anything.
She's close enough for healing words if need be, so she's gonna stay there for right now.
Okay. Hey, what's the zoom button on a creature again? I want to just show chat what it looks like.
Select it and then do Shift Z.
Shift Z. If they can see. There's this.
That's all kinds of
Yeah.
pleasant.
There's the pretty
That's gross.
boys.
That is something.
Ain't right.
Ain't right.
Well,
Can kind of zoom
definitely
in a
that's not
little
right.
bit on the battlefield too,
Okay.
so that you guys could see.
It looks like he's eating a dismembered foot.
Yeah.
Or an arm.
Or an arm.
Definitely,
something,
definitely is. Yes, eating some sort of dismembered flesh. So that brings us to Sefthi. What would you like to do?
Well, I think I'm going to start by using 25 feet of movement to go right over here. And I'm going to direct my attention at the one that is still in the moonbeam and living. Well, unliving. And I'm going to raise my hand up in its general direction. And a gaunt, mummified hand with yellowed linen wraps hanging off of it appears right next to its face and grasps onto it. And then as it pulls away, it pulls an ethereal image of this creature away with it. And I'll make an attack roll here. Does a 17 hit?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. That creature is going to take 10 necrotic damage.
Woohoo! It is not looking good, but it's still up.
Okay.
As
and
that black energy kind of, you see those black veins and things like that kind of piercing through its skin.
I assume, but I will ask just for clarification. It's undead, right?
It is undead.
Okay. So it now has disadvantage on any attacks that it makes against me until the start of my next turn.
Got it.
And then I will use my last 5 feet of movement to get right up next to it. And that's it.
Oh my god.
Damn muscle wizards.
Okay.
For those wondering, that was just a very flamboyant chill touch.
I love it.
Yes.
I loved it too. It was really good.
I highly encourage cool descriptions to your spells and magic. All right, that brings us to Crystal with the ghouls coming up.
Okay.
You
so-
are paralyzed, so unfortunately you lose kind of your actions and stuff, but you can make a saving throw to see if you can break out of the paralysis. So give me that con save.
Okay. So Crystal looks a little confused at the fact that she can't seem to move at all, and she's thinking very hard. I've got to move. And whoa! Oh, I thought it was a kraken, but it isn't. But it's let's see, a 19.
All right. The power of your will and the strength, your inner strength, you just keep urging yourself to move and urging yourself to move, and eventually you can feel your fingers start to flex, and then your arms start to move, and you can shift your weight and move your neck, and the rest of your body kind of breaks free in a moment. So you've lost your actions and stuff for this turn, but next turn you are no longer paralyzed.
So you see her sort of obviously concentrating and shaking, and then as you described, sort of breaking free, but realizing that that's all she can do right now. But getting ready for her next shot.
And the ghouls are up. First set of ghouls. This one is going to move over here. Take a hit at disadvantage. I believe it's disadvantage on Sybil. Oh, no, other people. Okay, yeah. It's going to hit you, Sybil. Mm-hmm. That is a 14 to hit.
Nope.
That misses. And that's it for Senior Ghoulface. Oh, I wasn't supposed to say what it is, but it's pretty obvious. What was that? Oh, yeah, you're at...
My held action?
Yeah, since it moved into your range. Yep.
Yep, I can go ahead and take my attacks. So my sword's going to flip out. I don't think you described the color of it, so it comes out black as well.
Yeah, I didn't describe. Wanted you to be able to have fun with that.
First one is kind of low at a 12.
12 to hit. That just hits.
Oh, okay. So that's a D8 for these. So that's going to be 10 slashing damage.
Excellent.
And then I'm going to bring up for my second attack. Oh, that's a lot better. That's going to be an 18 to hit.
Yep.
And that one's going to be... that's going to be another 10 slashing damage.
So what does it look like as you make these slashes?
See, she's a shield user, so she has the shield out. So the first one comes down, and the second one kind of comes up and around the shield as it comes back up.
And you just
hit in the same spot twice.
Nice. And by doing so, you're cleaving into his flesh. The sharpness of the blade surprises you with the ease that it goes through this undead flesh, and you manage to swipe it again just right, and that razor's edge is just enough to sever this thing, and it falls to the ground dead in 2 pieces. Muffalo kind of was raising a paw probably to do something.
Oh, he was
and he's like little disappointed.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Look at a shrug. Like, should have been faster.
But it's not his turn just yet. So that leaves us with the second group, which is these 2 guys. Or I think this one was part of the first group, so he'll go first. He's going to move over towards Fudge. Biffs it hard. Does not get you. That was like a 5 on the die, so that's not going to work. This one is going to make a con save as it starts its turn inside the moonbeam. Biffs the con save, so go ahead and roll that moonbeam damage.
Woohoo! Ooh, that's a lot of damage. That is 10, 11, 21.
Oh.
It's almost like that from the Indiana Jones movie, the Nazi's face just melting off, but it's this ghoul just melting to the ground dead. Such overkill for this thing. Blah. Moonbeam is quite powerful. Karen, you should feel pleased.
Oh, yeah, she is.
That brings us to Fudge and Buffalo. 1 enemy left on the board in front of you.
Yep, I am gonna order. I'm gonna yell over Muffalo like, "Get your butt over here!" And he's gonna charge directly at this this butthole in front of me.
Got it.
He's actually gonna do like a weird route, so he can do 20 straight movement towards it and come up from behind it.
Okay.
So hopefully do his special ability.
Yeah,
And
charge.
Let's see what he does. Yeah. That is going to be 14 to hit.
That hits.
Oh, nice.
And does he make is it a strength save? Or
It will be, where'd that go? Where'd he go? Where is he at? Here he is. It is a strength saving throw. against my spell save DC, which is 14.
Okay. So that is a 5. So that's not gonna work. I need to get
Yes.
a different dice. This dice isn't.
No, these ones work just fine.
It's not not cut out.
Oh, I'm
not working out
enjoying
for
it.
me.
Okay, so the creature is going to take.
So it is now flopped over as Muffalo charges and is pushed it over.
Oh gosh, this is a lot of damage. So he's gonna take 12 slashing damage and then another 6 points of slashing damage. So
wow.
18 slash damage total.
Wow. This is the first that this particular one has been hit, so he is still miraculously up, but looks shredded. There is just a clear owlbear claws just scraped across this thing's undead flesh.
Yeah, and so then I'm going to get ready to attack it myself, and I gotta order Muffalo just to back up a little bit so I can just poke it with my spear. Since he's on the ground, I assume I get advantage then.
Yeah.
Since the creature's
Yeah.
prone. Okay.
He's prone, so you have advantage on the melee attack.
Okay, that is going to be 19 to hit.
That hits. Roll damage.
9 points of piercing.
All right. So what does it look like when you kill this thing?
So like after Muffalo's come up and just basically dragged this creature to the ground, is like basically ripping a shoulder off of it. He backs up just a little bit, and I just kind of like swing the spear around in my hand, and I just bring it down straight through the back of this thing's skull, and just plant it into the ground.
Nice.
And just kind of just get it around in there. Let it, it's kind of like a joystick. I'm just, having fun with it, and then I pull it out, fling the goop around a little bit.
And you are all victorious. Things start to calm down now that the obvious enemies, what you see seems done. The little girl is sobbing and kind of curled up on top of this windmill.
Try and climb up to her slowly to not freak her out, but
okay. She doesn't seem to react to you. She's just kind of shaking, sobbing.
Sure, we have blankets in our pack, so I'm gonna pull one out and kind of place it around her.
Just in case, because I know Crystal got gashed by the ghoul thing, and she didn't look right for one of her rounds, so I'm gonna cast Lesser Restoration on her.
Okay. You cast that on her, and you sense with the magic that whatever was there, she seemed to have powered through it. But you kind of cleanse kind of the remnants of it out of her, just in case.
There's no restoration of hit points, right?
Nope.
No, Lesser Restoration cures diseases.
He's just making sure there's nothing lingering in there.
So
it's not a bad call.
Now, I would feel something when Kieran does that.
I would imagine so, right, Kieran?
Okay, so I will turn.
Yes.
I will turn to face Kieran, and I will basically touch the brim of my hat and give her a nod.
Actually, when Kieran casts it on you, there's her hands light up with this gold and purple glow, and just for the briefest of moments when she touches you with it, you swear you see wings on her back, but they don't look like they don't look like bird wings. They look like they're made of a constellation. And you know how when you draw a constellation, whatever the picture is drawn in that blue outline type thing. That's how you see them, but it's for an instant.
Pretty. I'll
I
zoom.
will.
That's what this girl looks like.
Yeah, I'll go over and look up to this little girl and just try to help any way I can. I'm a little short though.
Welcome, Diesel Shot. Welcome, Raiders. Thank you for
Ooh,
joining
that
us.
was great. Wow.
Our
Doesn't
group just
stop.
saved this little furball girl from a bunch of undead. So you guys, who's up there with her right now? Sybil and
Just
Is it just
Sybil.
Sybil?
I'm
Okay.
just making my way over, and I'm just gonna like stay down below.
Okay.
Gonna keep my eyes peeled for other of these ghoulies and stuff.
I'll bring us. I guess I'd leave us on the map screen for a little bit longer. So she kind of holds onto the blanket, and her sobbing kind of starts calming down gradually. Her breathing starts getting regular. She kind of takes her hands and rubs the tears off her eyes and looks up at you guys, or looks up at you, Sybil, and thank you.
You live around here. We should probably get you home in case there's more things out there.
Uh-huh. But my friends were here. And -1 charisma. Welcome, Raiders.
My
Thank you
gosh.
so much.
Woo,
Wow.
Jeebus.
Where
So
are your friends at?
the little Furbo girl kind of looks around. It's like, I don't know. I never saw them. They just told me to come out and play, and I can't. They told me to come over here and play it, so I came over here to play. But then I just heard laughter, and then those weird things. She points at one of the ghouls. It saw me and it was eating Bessie. It ate my cows. And it ate the chickens. And then it was trying to eat me. And so I climbed up high. But I don't know where the friends went. They were going to play with me. I don't know.
What up?
It was good thinking to come up high, but I don't think there were any friends out here. I think something tried to play a trick.
She kind of rubs her eyes. What would do that?
Can I go check on Bessie?
It's pretty easy. Like, you start walking towards Bessie, and Bessie's a goner. Bessie's innards are strewn across the ground, along with Bessie's boyfriend.
Hey, you know what? That's not the right attitude to have. You just need a little bit of necromancy. You can bring it back.
That's not Fudge's way, but Fudge will go over there, put his hand on Bessie and Bessie's boyfriend, and just, you know, moment of quiet for them.
And so you do that, and Muffalo, I imagine, kind of starts coming towards, sniffling.
Yeah, no, I swat his
Like
beak
he's
away from everything.
trying to.
Like, no, Muffalo, we don't do that. Not yet, at least. Okay.
Not yet. Oh, man.
You don't know what the undead left behind.
We don't know what's in these creatures, Muffalo. We don't want to eat that.
Muffalo gives you like a confused, like, owl bear head tilt, like owls do. It's very like quick little tilt.
Mm-hmm.
Seems confused. So the little girl kind of indicates that she wants help down.
I'll help her down and try to have her lead us back to her house. We'll make sure she gets inside safely.
Okay.
And while we're going, just kind of talking to her and making sure she knows, you know, if you're going to go outside, you need to at least talk to your parents first, or you kind of give her a little lecture of don't go outside when you hear strange things calling for you.
Right. Good lecture.
Yeah.
Before we leave this area, and before I do anything, I'm going to rejoin the call real quick because my camera's lagging.
Oh no.
Oh!
Whoa, everything's moving around. Yay!
So before we leave this area, I like to pull down my goggles and have a look around for any nefarious spirits that try to lure this girl out.
So you put your goggles on, you look around, and at first you don't see anything, and then you kind of turn and you see a small, transparent figure. And looks like almost like a young child with its arms crossed, Huffy style. But its eyes are these big, black, gaping holes. And as you turn to look at it, it looks back at you. No fun!
You shouldn't be trying to hurt the living, dear.
And only you are hearing this right now, because it's still on the other side. The goggles are allowing you to hear it. And it starts kind of floating towards you. No fun! She was gonna be a friend. New friend. No fun! You take her place.
Don't think I'll be doing that.
You hear some laughter, this like little giggling coming from behind you. And the whole group, you guys actually do hear this giggling. You hear this. It thinks it has a choice. It thinks it has a choice. And these two kind of spectral, youthful figures appear to the whole group now. And so with your goggles, you could still see them, but and in a bit more vivid detail. They're very transparent to the others. But you see them kind of swirl around, and they head towards immediately out into the fields. And you kind of watch as they go out, and you see that there seems to be two tall figures that you didn't take note of before, hanging on some sticks in the crops. Scarecrows. And they sink into the scarecrows. The scarecrow's eyes light up, and the bodies start to move and remove themselves off. And we'll go ahead and take a break right here before we launch into a part 2 of this encounter.
How strange.
So stay tuned, guys, as we see what happens with agents of the Chimera Collective against some two not very fun, but they think it's fun, playful spirits inhabiting the bodies of some very creepy scarecrows. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Oh my gosh. That's some bullshit.
And we're back.
Damn, those are some pretty ass maps.
Yeah, they've got great maps. Highly recommend. Posted the link in chat. I know that Rojan's used some of their maps in the past. All right. Time for some battle music once again. Need a transition here. Let's see.
Oh, a new initiative.
Yep.
Well, I can't roll worse than a 1, right?
Oh, I'm gonna want this for my game. When we're done, you're gonna have to let me know which one is this in Sirenscape.
Will do. It's called Frightful Lullaby. It's an element.
Is that ghoul dead? The one that's between
I meant
Fudge
to
and
delete
Buffalo?
all the ghouls, so yeah, that one's dead. They all died.
Okay.
He survived my deletions, that's all.
That,
They have come
that's
back
the
from
ghoul.
the dead again.
That's the ghoul to be wary of. The one that fails to be deleted by the GM.
Right? Yeah, you're like, is he dead? What happened? Why is he still there? I don't like this.
Not having a good initiative day.
Tell me about it.
I actually
Do
am.
you rolled a 2 again?
Yep.
No, I got a 9.
You
Oh, you got a 2 again? Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I rolled a nat 1 for both initiatives.
Jeez.
You said you couldn't. Well,
You know, I really dread the day I roll a nat 1 for my initiative because I have a -1 initiative.
Well,
I don't want to be 0 initiative. And you know it will happen because that always happens to me.
I'll just put the girl in at 0. Alrighty. So that brings us to Crystal at the top of the round again. You hear these creepy giggling sounds, and then you see these spirit-like figures go and inhabit these scarecrows that creepily start removing themselves from their bonds on the stakes above the crops. What would you like to do?
okay. I will, because I don't know what the time frame would be. Would I still sort of be facing towards Kieran at this point? Or I guess I would have turned when I heard the giggling, probably,
I'd imagine so.
or surveyed the scene.
Mhm.
So in that case, I will take aim and hopefully fire on that one with the widow. So that would be a dirty 20 to hit.
Oh, yeah.
And
Let me zoom in on these little guys, too, so that everyone can see what they look like.
That is creepy and I love it.
no, no,
Well,
I don't need it. Ain't right.
okay, and that is let's see here. That would be 8 damage.
Alrighty.
And I will fire again.
Guessing you're aiming at the one behind you and Karen, right?
Yeah. The one behind Kieran. Yeah, that was the one I pinged. This one here.
Okay.
Okay, and oh, okay, so that's 19.
That hits.
Okay,
Good rolls from Crystal here.
finally. The damage kind of sucks slew water though. 6 damage.
That ain't bad. Ain't bad.
And I don't think I will move. I think I'll just stay right there, and that ends my turn.
Alrighty. That brings us to Sybil.
I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to move here because that puts me, 30 feet from each of these creatures. Well,
Yep.
20 feet from one, 30 feet from the other. And I'm going to go ahead and activate my Channel Divinity Champions Challenge. So I need each one of them to make a wisdom saving throw.
Sorry, I forgot to add one to the tracker here.
Oh.
Forgot I had set it up for 3 and
where
not
I was
2.
standing, I probably didn't see that. Let's be
Yeah, the
fair.
third one you guys didn't see as clearly as the 2 that appeared. But my apologies.
Yeah.
I just looked at my notes and I was like, you said 3. Oh, shit.
I'm worried with I couldn't see that because I was up against the silo here, so...
That works for me.
It
So
blocked
I'm
my line of
sorry.
sight.
I was distracted. What did you say you were doing?
Wisdom save. I need
Wisdom
saves
save.
from These
Okay.
2.
Is this considered a charm effect?
No, it's a Channel
Okay.
Divinity effect.
They fail. Or that one
Okay.
fails. It got a 5 on the die, I don't think. Yeah, it doesn't have
No.
any wisdom modifier right now, so.
So, one failed or both failed?
You did 2.
Yep. So I hit everything within 30 feet.
Oh, it was
I
in the
choose.
30 feet of you. Okay, cool. God, my rolls today suck. It biffed it as well, so
Okay.
both of them
So
failed.
neither one can move more than 30 feet away from me.
Okay.
And because I didn't see this one, I'm going to turn to the little girl. I'm going to go run home as fast as you can. I will hold them here.
Okay. Now she
And
is probably on the ground close to you before
I
this
started
happened.
right here, so...
Oh, you started right there? Okay, so she's probably like
Yeah.
right there.
And I'll hold an action if something comes within range. But here I can't really... Well,
Okay.
yeah, I can't really do anything. I mean, I could throw my hand axe, but I only got one, so it's not going to do much.
Gotcha. Well, that was pretty good. So they're compelled to. It's that same one as last time.
No,
or
it's a different one. They just can't willingly move more than 30 feet from me.
okay.
It's the only restriction.
Okay. So for Scarecrow's turn, it is going to. It's gonna look straight at Crystal with its eyes. Its piercing gaze kind of goes into you, and I'm gonna need a wisdom saving throw.
Nope, you got this.
So you see its eyes kind of glow and flutter red. You feel a shiver go up your spine.
Ooh, not very good. 10.
That shiver gets stronger, and you feel just this visage is so unnatural and just unnerving, and you are frightened and paralyzed until
I
the
talk.
let's see, until the end of the Scarecrow's turn. The frightened target is paralyzed. So it's just until the end of the Scarecrow's next turn. So I think,
Okay.
unfortunately, that means you'll miss your next turn. But
Yeah.
Okay, can I talk?
paralyzed means no.
Oh, jeez.
You
Okay.
you can't move any part of your body, and that includes your
All right,
your
I was
mouth.
afraid of that. Okay.
You can
Um,
make weird humming noises.
Yep. And this Scarecrow is
Disapproving harumphs.
is going to look at you, Sybil, and it's same thing. I'm gonna need a wisdom saving throw from you as its eyes glow and flutter and stares into you.
Yeah. I don't know what I did with that die. It's gone. Wisdom?
Yep.
17?
Okay, so you feel this like grip of fear try to overcome you, and you just kind of like muscle through and shake it out and avert your gaze. As that does not take hold of you.
I look mildly annoyed.
And it is going to finish pulling itself down and start shambling towards you.
Ooh, it got within range.
It did. It got mad that its gaze didn't work. It wants to claw your face off now.
Awesome.
Did you... Well, it's in range for your next turn, I guess. I was like, did you have...
Action.
Oh, you did hold your action. Okay, that's...
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I couldn't do anything with it, so...
Gotcha.
So that sword's gonna whip back out again. Ugh,
Scarecrow.
crap.
That was a poor
14?
choice. That hits it because it's a scarecrow.
Okay.
Doesn't have much armor.
Oh, that's kind of crap for a hit. That's a 7 slashing.
Okay.
This die. 15 to hit.
That hits.
Well, not rolling great here, but hitting. Oh, okay. That's going to be a total of 13 slashing. Did max damage.
Nice.
Very nice. Ouch. You take chunks out of this scarecrow, just slashing into it, hay flying, but it's still up.
That's fine.
And that one had a 10, so... Wait, he already went. Getting confused with the turn order. Let me fix this. Descending, and then it was Crystal, and then Sybil, and the Scarecrows went.
Oh, this one doesn't have attack this turn?
So I'm on the last. Oh, he tried the frightening gaze on you.
Oh, okay, so that was his action. Just wanted
Yeah.
to check.
I'm surprised. I have all 3 of my Scarecrows at the same time. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This one, let me see if anyone is in range. Nope. It's gonna have to move. Shambles forward. 5, 10, 15. Stares into your eyes, Fudge, as the red eyes glow.
Oh.
Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Pass. I'll pass on this one.
As you see a third one shamble out of the crops towards you.
That's an 11.
An 11 is what you needed. Exactly. So you feel this grip of fear take hold, your heart skips a beat, but you look at Muffalo and you feel that strength and vigor and come back to you.
Forth.
Muffalo gives you a nod and you're able to shake off whatever this was.
I have to point out that I can see our kitchen from my spot, and our kitty cat has got on our fridge.
What?
I'm going to take a moment to go get her.
Yep,
I'm
please
sorry.
do. Our cat has been a nightmare today. She knocked over a full cup of iced coffee all over my desk earlier this morning. Like, she's just been a nightmare. Anyway.
So she's been a cat.
She's been a cat, yeah, but like super catting today. That brings us to Kieran with Fudge on deck.
She didn't get a full 20-hour nap in today.
Yeah.
Guess so.
So Kieran is going to bonus action cast spiritual weapon.
Okay.
Between her and this scarecrow thing.
Got it. Let me bring your spiritual weapon out. I'm going to just place it and then you can take control. It should be already geared to you.
That fucking spiritual weapon's rolling way better than I am, fucker. That's going to be a 24 to hit.
Okay. Where did you want to put it? Go ahead and move it where you want it. I wasn't sure.
Oh, okay.
Oh, right here, probably. Is that where you wanted it?
Between
Okay.
between us.
Okay. And 24 to hit. That definitely hits.
Yep. And you do. Here's your thing. D8 plus 4. Nice. That is almost max damage. That is 11 points.
11 points?
Yep.
Nice. Ouch, that one's looking real bad.
And then as an action, I am going to trigger my Twilight Sanctuary.
Okay.
So that is 30-foot radius.
30-foot radius? Okay, let
Yep.
me see if I have something that will...
Oh no, I have access to the thingy.
Oh, I was gonna put out like an effect.
Oh,
Something
okay.
that-
I was just gonna use an aura.
Oh, yeah, that works. Because it's tied to you. That makes sense. Okay, that works.
And my
I think
turn
the...
ends.
Is the moonbeam... How long did those last? Is that a minute?
I broke concentration on it because the combat was over, so I just stuck it there so it was out the way.
Okay.
And then I am gonna get back. Ooh, nice. I get back 10 temporary hit points. Point. And my turn is over.
Alrighty. Fudge and Muffalo.
So that one in the back is the one that tried to gaze me, right?
This one right here.
Yeah. What's the one by Sybil look like? How hurt does that look?
It looks pretty hurt. Like it's hanging by threads, by scarecrow threads. Still has mass. It still looks like it wants to go in for an attack, but it's looking pretty damaged.
Okay. I'm going to take my spear and point it at the one that gave me the gaze, and I'll be like, Muffalo, attack. And he's going to run all the way over, sprinting full speed, and he is going to attempt growling, looking fierce as Muffalo can be. That is a 18 to hit.
Yep.
So it'll need to do a strength saving throw.
Oh, poor little scarecrow. This ain't gonna be good for you.
Has to beat a 14.
Oh, it might have. Let me see. What is its strength? Nope. Nope. It fails.
Does it have a negative? That's awesome.
It has a 0 plus 0. So I thought maybe if it had a +1, it would make it, but no.
Okay, it's going to take. Sure, I'm doing this right. Yeah. It is going to take 14 points of slashing damage, and it'll fall prone to the floor.
Okay.
And as Muffalo kind of basically just runs him over, gnaws on him, pulling whatever the hell's in him out, and he's gonna basically kind of step around to the other side of him, allowing me to fully get up to this guy.
Did someone else take a hit on this guy before?
I don't think so.
Did you just add in? Did you add in the 14 damage already?
I didn't add in nothing.
Why does he have that there? Okay, I'm not gonna question it. All right.
It just knows. And I'm going to take my spear and I'm going to start jabbing down on him.
Okay.
With advantage. Oh wow, with advantage still sucks. That is 11 to hit.
That hits. Just hits.
Nice. Let me see.
Very low AC on these scarecrows.
It takes So that'll be 9 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
How does he look right now?
Looks real bad. Similar to the other two.
Okay, I'm gonna do another attack on him then.
Okay.
That is 18 to hit.
That hits.
That is only 8 points of piercing damage this time.
Okay.
Is he still up?
Still up. Barely.
I'm gonna
You
use
just like
my...
our stuffing is just flying out of this thing, but it's somehow
Oh.
staying animated.
I'm gonna use one of my favored foes. Since I hit him and I attacked, I can do 1d4 damage to him also.
Nice, do it.
As one last little
This
bit
could
of
do
thing.
it. Or wait,
Four
let's see.
4 points of damage.
4 points of damage. I wish you could do more than just a d4. You're so close. Literally one.
Dang it.
One
That's
point
okay.
away.
That's okay. He's hurting. That's all that matters. And that's it for my turn.
Yeah.
You get 9 points of temporary hit points.
Oh, I do?
Yep. You ended your turn in my aura.
Twilight Princess bullshit.
Twilight clerics are the shit.
I didn't know that was a thing, and now I do.
You guys have
Temporary hit points at the end of every one of your turns.
some of you have
Wow.
ridiculous methods of getting hit points, and so like I was like when I was deciding on certain creatures, maybe not in this battle, but like later on that I'm gonna throw at you, I'm like, should I? Yes, they're fine. They're gonna be fine. I'm not pulling my punches too much here.
Yeah, like
A little
Kieran
fight
is
should be pulling punches at all.
Kieran's not life, but she's got a lot of unnecessary healing for not being a life cleric.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Alrighty. That was Fudge and Muffalo, Sefthi with the little girl and Crystal on deck. What would you like to do?
I think I'm going to start by moving right up on this guy here. But then right when I get to him, I'm just going to turn around and ignore him and focus my attention on the one next to Sybil
Oh.
and reach my hand out, and that same familiar mummified hand is going to grasp this guy and pull away this false image of him. Does a dirty 20 hit?
It does, yes.
So that is going to be 9 points of necrotic damage.
Very nice. It's still up, but you could see that it took a pretty nasty hit there.
And I think that is all I'm going to do for now.
And you get the sense that if you didn't catch sight of this thing with your goggles and kind of force it to, you know, it acknowledged you after it could tell you saw it. The mischievousness of these things, you get the sense that it probably would have tried to surprise attack you guys if you hadn't have caught sight of it earlier. So good move. And that brings us to the little girl who was told to run home, but is terrified and also has just caught sight of Bessie again and just doesn't really know what to do. She starts running over here and then sees another one of those things. And so she just kind of goes up against the windmill and huddles against the wall and just curls up in a ball.
Seth gets 10 temp hit points.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
I love it.
Twilight cleric's a tiny bit broken. We love it.
So broken.
All right, so does the little girl count technically as an ally because she's in the combat and she's not like she's not a combatant, an enemy combatant?
Yeah, you can consider her an ally.
All right.
Wow.
She gets 9 temporary hit points.
Got it.
All the bullshit.
That is too good.
And Crystal, is your turn with Sybil on deck.
Okay, now you said I was paralyzed, so for one turn, so I can't do anything
that's-
to mitigate that, right?
Yeah, you can't, unfortunately. You can't even, The condition is not you making a save. The condition is the end of the Scarecrow's turn. So once the Scarecrow goes, your next turn you'll be back. So good news, you don't have to make a save. Bad news, you lose a turn.
Okay.
Poor
So
Crystal's
at the
just
end-
getting a hit with this shit today.
I know.
Well, she's not the brightest bulb in the marquee sometimes. So.
At the end of Crystal's turn, I negate her frightened condition.
Okay. She's still paralyzed, but you are no longer frightened.
That's
Okay.
a more Twilight Cleric BS. I love it.
Okay.
Which is gonna come in pretty clutch in this mini campaign. I'll tell you that. There's a lot of things that might try to do that to you. And others that won't. You don't know what I'm gonna throw at you. Sybil, what would you like to do with scarecrows coming up? There's one right in front of you.
Yeah, this thing's looking pretty hurt, right?
Yeah.
Alright,
I mean, it's a little hard to tell on a scarecrow, but you've seen a lot of its stuffing flying out of this thing. It's not being held together very well anymore.
We're just gonna bring the longsword against it again. See if we can get it to draw. That's pretty good. That's going to be a 22.
Yep.
Yeah, 12 points of slashing damage. Still standing. I'll take the second attack.
Nope,
Nope.
it's gone. I'm like mathing in my head for a second, and I'm like, nope, it's done. So you see a couple of things happen. Hold on a moment. Since the condition was met.
I don't like the way that sounds.
So-
A little uncomfy.
The scarecrow crumbles to the ground. And in its place, the spirit stands there with her hands on her hips, angry, pouting, and staring at you with the same red glowing eyes. No fun!
Oh, that's some bullshit.
So it's standing there in front of me.
Yep.
I'm gonna bring the sword back down on it.
Okay. It's a magical weapon, so it'll hit.
Maybe it will. 16?
16. I gotta switch papers here. Let's change it up. Yeah, that hits.
Good. So that's going to be 11 slashing damage.
Okay.
And can I go ahead and do the Divine Smite?
Yep.
Alright. And it counts as undead, right?
It definitely does.
That's going to increase my damage.
She be dead, Ski. She's a dead ghost.
15 radiant damage.
15 radiant.
Yep.
Okay.
Like,
Nice.
go home. You don't belong here.
So you see, let's see. So the radiant damage was a good solid hit. You didn't see anything extra happen to it, but it was a good painful hit on it. All right, that it for your turn, huh? This is a good turn.
Yep. Yep, that's it for my turn. I'll stay there.
This one, that one. Okay. That scarecrow. Switch papers again here. It's gonna make 2 attacks. Let's see who it wants to attack. We'll make evens be Muffalo, odds or fudge. Muffalo.
Oh.
Nat
Steak.
20.
Mistakes were made.
Oh, Muffalo's going into his rage.
So
Does Muffalo actually have a rage?
Yeah.
Muffalo has a little paw print pendant gifted to him by, well, it's part of Fudge's backstory, but it's essentially druidic magic that allows him to do that once per short rest or long rest mechanically, just for interesting tidbit. But yeah, Muffalo got a special item too. Everyone in the Chimera Collective gets a cool special item.
Muffalo's a member too. He's an agent.
Muffalo just had a special little thing already. Okay. Sorry, I was trying to figure out what this was that I needed. So that'll be 8 points of slashing damage to Muffalo.
That gets halved on this turn.
And because he has after he takes a hit, it has to be his turn because it takes a bonus action, not a reaction.
Okay.
Similar to how actual rage works, but the condition of using it is he has to have taken a hit first.
Okay.
But on his turn he can, but he is going to take the
Okay.
full damage for this turn.
Yep. No worries.
And then I do need a wisdom saving throw from him.
No, Muffalo.
Yeah. Oh wait, how much damage did I say? Was it 8?
8, yeah.
Okay, I needed to I had to double that for the crit. So how do I'll open up to the group. How would we like to do crits?
The least damaging as possible for Muffalo.
This is gonna
The
be
least
for when
damaging.
you guys crit too. Do we want to roll the damage dice twice or just double the damage on the dice? What do you guys feel like?
I'm cool with whatever.
I usually do double the damage dice. Like whatever's rolled, you double it, then add the modifier.
I'm fine with that.
Yep, I like
Yeah.
doubling the dice.
Okay.
That works.
So then that would have been if I said 8. Oh, the
16.
damage would have been 7 because it's minus the modifier, so it would have been 15 points.
Okay.
Bad hit for him. But
He'll shrug it off.
and then what was the wisdom save again?
Oh, I did not do that yet. Hold on. Oh, he's a pretty wise creature, to be honest. A 17.
Okay, so he's not frightened. Luckily,
Awesome.
it was a painful hit, but it wasn't enough to frighten Muffalo. He's made of sturdier stuff. The second attack is gonna go for also for Muffalo, unfortunately.
Oh.
Does a that's a 17 hit him?
Yes.
Okay.
He's so mad now. Oh my gosh.
3, 4. So that's 4 points of slashing damage that time.
Okay.
That's it for that scarecrow. This one. It is yeah, I'll try to take some claw attacks on Sefthi. Does a 13 hit you?
13 does not, but as it made an attack against me, does trigger one of my passive abilities. So
Okay.
I need it to make a wisdom saving throw.
Got it. I don't think a 5 is going to do much for him.
A 5 is not going to do much, so that is
her.
my Among the Dead ability. If an undead targets you directly with an attack or spell, that creature must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failure, they must choose a new target or waste the attack or spell. As there are no other targets in range, the attack is wasted.
Okay, it's going to turn towards the spiritual weapon. With its second attack, because the first attack missed. And the 18, 19, 21 hit the spiritual weapon?
It's not a construct that can be hit. It literally is a spectral hammer.
Oh, okay. I thought it had like hit points or something that could be.
Nope.
Man,
It is.
so much is broken about clerics sometimes. All right. But it's concentration, right? So if I go after Karen, that's where I need to focus
it is concentration. So yes, if I get hit, I have to maintain concentration.
Sadly, the stupid little scarecrow ghost doesn't do shit. So it just kind of wildly tries to attack as Sephi's ability makes it forces attack against this thing that it can't even touch. And that's it for it. And the ghost, the now ghost, is going to rush forward towards Sybil. I'm going to need a charisma saving throw from you.
Uh-oh.
That's fine. That's not great. Charisma saving. Sorry, it just doesn't quite look right to me. Thought paladins were proficient in charisma saving throws. I'm saying that because I don't see any proficiency bonus added into any of my saving throws.
Sometimes you don't. I mean, I have characters that don't have bonuses to saving throws at all. Just depends.
Yeah, paladins should be proficient in wisdom and charisma saves.
Yep, wisdom and charisma.
Okay.
Is it because of the type of paladin you are, or?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Here, I have your character sheet here somewhere. Let me look. Should have.
I thought I read it when I put it together. Class features proficiencies. You know, it says right here, wisdom and charisma.
Yeah, it's marked under saving throws on D&D Beyond. It's marked as proficiency. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not shown on my character sheet.
I'm looking at it. It's there. It's in the box.
It's not on mine. Maybe I'm viewing it wrong, but
yeah, you've got a plus
is it like a
5 to charisma.
A hidden bonus?
See it now. I'm looking at the wrong damn spot. 15.
Yeah, she's looking at the wrong spot. 15?
Look, the numbers at the...
It's okay. It's okay. So a 15, you feel this spirit is trying to take over your body and possess you. But you are able to kind of resist it and try to force it out with your charisma, I guess, with who you are. You just kind of hold on to your sense of self strong enough to prevent it from taking hold of you. But it took some effort. Let's see if it can do. I think that's it for it. I don't think it can do multiple things. Yep. Kieran with Fudge on deck.
Bonus action to attack the scarecrow thingy.
Okay.
That's 21 to hit.
That hits.
Okay. That's going to be 9 points of force damage.
Okay.
And then as an action, I'm going to cast Toll the Dead on the same scarecrow. So it's got to make a... Let me pop it in here. So it needs to give me a DC 15 wisdom save.
Nope. Fails.
Yes. And because it failed and I'm level 5, that's 2d12.
Ouch.
Yep. It's a save or suck. So it's like you have to hope for the fail. Not bad. 19 points of damage as basically Kieran lifts her shield and slams her flail against it, and it makes this like echoey gong sound, and it basically, just it sounds like a broken bell being rung.
Nice. It crumbles into pieces. Just hay and material fall to the ground. And in its place, you see another kind of huffing spirit, angry about its fun being destroyed. It glares at you.
It's okay. That is all she can do.
Okay. Brings us to Fudge and Buffalo.
Buffalo's raging. And he's going to attack this creature that's still on the ground, correct?
Yeah, I think it's still prone.
Okay. He will rage against this thing. That is a 22 to hit.
That hits.
For his rage, what's his bonus for damage?
+2.
+2? Okay. Let's see. 13 points of, I think, slashing damage.
Nice.
Yes, slashing damage.
And you also see this scarecrow just torn into pieces, and in its place, another huffing young ghost, their arms crossed, pouting.
I'd be like, this isn't very kind of you, young lady. And I'm gonna, Fudge is he's gonna just start. He's gonna do more of like a slapping action into her, still doing like full on attack action, but it's gonna look more like, less intentional of like trying to stab a small child in its face.
Mm-hmm.
Is it on the ground or is it standing?
The spirit is standing. The scarecrow's on the ground, but
okay. All right. That is going to be 19 to hit.
Yep.
That is going to be 6 plus 14 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
And I'm gonna just attack it again, like once through it, and then just coming right back with it. Oh, that is 22 to hit. I'm going to assume that just hits.
I'm just trying to adjust some things. I don't think I switched the... Wait, is it on the spirit? No, yeah. Okay, there we go. So I'll make sure... Sorry, how much damage was that to her?
14.
Okay, that's what I have. All right.
Okay. And then and that was a 22 to hit in the second attack.
That hits.
Which is a lot lamer, but it is 7 points of slashing damage. I rolled a 1 on the dice,
oh,
so that was not as nice. And that is it. We'll just stay right there. Me and Buffalo raging.
Ah.
If it does not do better, I rolled low. Sorry. You get 6 points of temp hit points, but only if it's more than what you currently have.
Oh, it is not.
Sefthi, it is back to your turn. Crystal, you'll be up after the little girl goes. After that.
So I am going to kind of pull back my jacket at my waist and grab hold of an empty, what looks like a dagger scabbard there. And I'm going to reach down as though there is a blade in it and grasp something. And as I slowly draw my hand back, all sorts of like shadowy insects start pouring out of this scabbard. And they kind of dissipate into the air and begin to form this black, shadowy Kopesh in my hands.
Nice.
I use a bonus action to cast Shadowblade.
Nice.
I'm so glad Fudge is looking the other way.
And then I'm just going to kind of call out to the open air. This isn't your home anymore. It's time to go. And quickly, with my action, spin around and make a swipe at this spirit.
Okay.
So that is going to be a 17 to hit.
That hits.
That is hefty damage. That's going to be 21 psychic damage.
Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, is that...
That was almost max damage.
Yeah, that is it for this thing. Dang. Man, I'm gonna have to beef up some other creatures. This is a good test run for me. So you see the ghost as you slash into her. She kind of like clutches, trying to hold on to her form. But she just looks at you and says, "Never had a home." And then she just kind of disappears.
I feel bad now.
Feels bad, man.
Oh, no, Kieran really feels bad because Kieran's an orphan. So if that's said out loud, Kieran definitely is going to feel bad for these things.
Now, I as the player feel terrible about that. Seth has a very unchanged expression on her face as she walks down to here, and that's the end of her turn.
Okay. She's like the executioner for ghosts right now. Like...
So cold inside.
Oh man. Ooh. Ice.
I'm helping them on their journey.
Yeah.
Forcefully removing them through shadow blades.
The little girl is... Oh, so sorry. Been a long day.
If Seth has less than 8 temp hit points, Seth gets 8 temp hit points.
Oh, I've still got that 10 from last time.
Little girl just stays there, kind of huddled and trying not to look at what's happening. Crystal, you are back.
Okay.
So you have, you are no longer frightened and you are no longer paralyzed. What would you like to do?
Okay. I will take aim with the widow at this one. And that is 17.
What was that?
17.
Oh, sorry. Mic cut out. I didn't quite hear it. Yeah, definitely hits.
Okay. And oh, that knocked, or it's cock dice there. Oh, okay. So that would be 4 damage.
Okay.
Can't get any worse than that.
I was going to say, how did it get that low?
A 1. A nat
Okay.
1. Okay. And then second shot
Alrighty.
is um 25.
Yep. Roll damage.
Okay.
And the bullets that you're using, by the way, are they? Because these are just specters now, and not scarecrows or something of substance. So, are you using one of the bullets that has like a magical essence to it, or?
I was looking to see what I could find in my notes about what kind of bullets I had, and I'm not finding in my notes the assortment of kinds of bullets I have.
Yeah, I don't believe you have any magic bullets, so I'll have to. I just realized that. My apologies. They did hit the scarecrows because they had mass, and the ghouls were a fair game. But the ghosts are another story. So do we remember what that damage was before? I think it was 4 points of damage.
Was 4.
Okay, so that actually, you see the bullet just kind of go right through it. Doesn't seem to affect it. So with your second action, if you want to do something else, I'll allow it, because I didn't catch that at the beginning. I apologize.
Okay, yeah. So seeing that, do I have anything that is a magical bullet, though? That's what I'm not sure.
You might not. That might be something you have to figure out.
Yeah, okay. Well, the only thing I can do then, seeing that it didn't do anything, is I will move up to here.
Okay.
And I will take a swing with my rapier instead. Now, can I use the attack I rolled?
You can use that.
Okay, and we'll see if that works.
Sure.
So that actually, I mean, that's my only choice, and if not, I'm gonna have to find some way to buy some magical bullets. Or, oh dear, that could be tricky.
Luckily, it's only going to be an issue against these kinds of things, but
Yeah.
for the
Okay, so
most
that
part.
is going to be a 5.
That's
if it does
gonna.
anything.
So you swing and the ghost kind of just shifts out of the way. So you're not sure if the rapier would work or not, because you haven't seen it clip the ghost yet.
Okay, but I did hit the ghost.
Nope, not with a 5.
No, the 5. No, I had asked if I could use my previous damage roll, which was.
Oh,
like
sorry. Yeah. It goes straight through it, because I don't believe your rapier is magic either.
No,
I think it's just a normal rapier. Yeah.
Okay.
Crystal has found something that she's learning. Like, uh-oh.
Okay, and the others obviously see what happened, so.
Mm-hmm. It's the first time someone hasn't been able to be hit by your bullets or the rapier. Sorry, Crystal, you're just not having too great a time with this battle.
Well, no, that's, I mean, that's the way it goes.
Yep. Sybil, it's your turn.
Yep. We're gonna keep slashing away at this thing.
Alrighty.
Crystal gets 7 temporary hit points.
Thank you.
$23.
Yep, that hits. And since it's a magical blade, it goes through. It does take damage from it.
Only 7 slashing.
Okay.
And then we'll take the second hit, which is a 18 to hit.
That hits.
And that's going to be 13 slashing.
Okay. And you see it kind of like reaching out to you as you slash into it. And before it disappears, it just kind of like sneers at you and then does one of those like and then dissipates.
Shake her head and she's like, hope that poor child gets some rest. And I'll move my 30 feet of movement to here.
Okay.
9 temp HP if you don't have better.
No, I do not. Thank you.
The last one standing here is going to turn to Muffalo.
No.
And I'm gonna need a charisma saving throw from Muffalo.
Don't you do it.
I rolled to see who it was gonna do.
Don't
It's
you do
Muffalo.
it. Not bad. That is... where's he at? Oh, he has 18.
Wow, charismatic owlbear. So you see in Muffalo the ghost go towards him and into him, and you see his eyes spark and flash red for a moment, and then you hear this like snarl and growl and roar come out of him, and the ghost is shoved out.
That's what you get for trying to go into Muffalo.
Okay. And for the sake of time, it won't take too much for you guys to take out this remaining ghost. Before its turn comes back up with the health that it has remaining, it ain't gonna make it. So we'll go ahead and say that you guys kind of band together and strike at it, and it also falls like the rest and dissipates. And before it goes, it's just you hear this like, ugh, no fun.
How bad is Muffalo looking?
He looks a little worse for wear.
Well, give him a little pat and drop like 15 lay on hands on him.
Oh,
So he heals to 15.
that's exactly, I think, what he had lost. So it's perfect.
Oh, there you go.
Oh,
I'm
just a
gonna
little
walk
less than that. He's looking a lot better.
back over to the little girl and continue trying to take her home, and just pick up my lecture again about walking out to see strange things, and
Yep.
strange noises. Don't go into the woods at night.
So you manage to calm her down just for a second time, and she's nodding and crying, and she kind of like motions like, I live over here. And you see that there's a little farmhouse further in, and you see two figures start coming towards you guys, rushing forward. And they're calling out, Spaz! Spaz, where are you, honey?
Wait, her name is Spaz?
Yeah.
Yeah. This explains a lot.
And you see that look very similar to her, but they're furball. We presume it to be her mother and father. Is a man in some suspenders and sort of like dirty farm attire, and he's holding a pitchfork. And a mother with a dress and an apron, and she's just got a very worried expression on her face. And they're kind of rushing forward, and she runs over to them, Mama! And like they embrace and look up at you guys and see kind of various kind of states of disarray, and they see kind of the blood trails in the area, and they kind of hold her and what happened? What, are you okay? And she kind of looks, he kind of starts to point the pitchfork at you guys, and she goes, no, Daddy, they helped, they saved me.
Sybil looks very unimpressed with the pitchfork.
Fudge got into attack stance, ready to go.
The dad still doesn't quite relax. Who are you?
Can I attempt a persuasion check to calm him down?
Yeah, what do you say to him?
All right. Like, we were just, heading to the town, and we saw some, like, undead things trying to, turn your daughter into a chew toy, and, we helped out of the goodness of our hearts. So, can you put the pitchfork, like, down a little?
Okay, and what did you roll?
Dirty 20.
Dirty 2, yeah, that's enough. He kind of, like, looks over at you and nods and goes, of course, I'm so sorry. Thank you. Thank you for saving my little girl. Spaz, how many times have we told you not to go out once the sun goes down?
It's the oh really face from Sybil. There's a little girl. Little mom face just what?
And she kind of is jabbering about friends and stuff like that and the voices, but they're just kind of are shushing her, and the mother kind of takes Spaz around the shoulders and kind of starts leading her away, and the father approaches and kind of holds his hand out to Kieran, since she kind of opened discussions there a little bit, and goes to shake your hand and introduces himself as just find their names real quick because there we are. Thank you. I'm Velko Prohaska, and that's my daughter that you met there, Spaz Prohaska, and my wife, Dessa.
How do you spell the last name?
Prohaska. Velko is his first name.
Can you spell the last name again?
Yeah, Prohaska.
Pro.
And the mom was
Prohaska.
Della.
Dessa.
Dessa.
Yeah. Dessa and Velko. Thank you for saving Spaz. She's a bit of a handful. Sorry. Please, come. It's dark. It's not safe to be out on the roads at night. You could stay in our barn. We can make it comfortable for you. Give you a nice meal.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, we'll take that.
And she'll give him a very typical Saloon blessing for his kindness.
Thank you. And may Velis smile upon you in return.
Do I know Velis?
Give me a religion check.
I hate that religion is intelligence. It pisses me off. That's going to be that's a 12.
Was it what?
12.
12? Okay. You know that Velis is a popular god in Darvasta, especially along like farmlands and stuff, but he's associated with the harvest, but you don't quite recall much more than that. If you would like to give me a history check or a religion check, being from this area, you might know a little bit more.
Sure. History or religion. There it goes. Do a religion check. For a natural 20 for a 23.
Okay, so
that's when the natural 20 comes out.
Yeah, you hear this and nod, and you're very familiar. Velis is one of the more popular gods in this region. He's associated with the harvest, with the earth, with music and wealth, and there's big festivals that occur in honor of this god Velis. Many of the churches across the country, again, especially in western Darvasta and the farmlands in particular, is commonly celebrated here. And it was, what was the total score?
23.
23. You've also heard this is an old god as well.
Yeah.
And you kind of remember something about rumors about it also being a god of like, some people in certain places say of many faces, but you don't know much more than that. And you never really understood why it was called that. It was just something that, you happened to pick up. but but most people don't associate him that way. They associate him as being the god of the harvest, god of the earth and the plains, and music and wealth. People pray to him for when they want not only a good harvest as farmers, but also there's been people who pray to Veles in order to become prosperous and wealthy. So if they're enterprising individuals like merchants or someone starting a new company, they might put out shrines to Veles to try to encourage that kind of response, like positive response.
All right.
Mm-hmm. And let's see. So he brings you back to their homestead, and you see there's just a small little farmhouse. It's got a couple of rooms. You do see there's a gravestone out front of the house, and as they pass by, both the mother and father kiss their hands and rest it on the gravestone as they walk past. And the little girl mimics the motion, like it's something they just do unconsciously. You want to go take a look?
I'm not gonna be disrespectful and go and like peer at it, because they're obviously paying respect to possibly a family member or someone else who's important to them that they have buried. I just want to see is as I'm passing if there's a name I can read on the gravestone.
Sure. It's pretty easy to read. Won't make you roll for it. It says Boza Prohaska, Boza, and it says honored daughter, fierce warrior.
And like when I see when I get that information, I'll make a bow and I will just say a silent prayer.
Okay.
Just because I don't know if actually speaking a prayer out loud would offend them.
Okay. So you do that.
And I'll give a little kind of a I don't really quite do a salute, but she kind of does a little motion of respect towards it as well, given that she gave her life in the war.
Nice. And you guys are let in, and it's this warm room, small table, a few chairs, and they offer you what they have to sit. And you can see that there seems to be some sort of like soup that or stew that they've been working on, and she's been stirring. So she starts ladling that into some bowls and encouraging you guys to get comfortable, pouring you guys some glasses of what you smell it, and it smells like it's like a very hoppy beer. Probably a home brew.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah.
they're quietly kind of moving about their business, making sure you guys are comfortable, but they don't seem to be openly engaging in conversation with you.
Okay.
Unless you guys want to.
I'm going to nudge Fudge and ask him if it would be appropriate to mention about Bessie and Bessie's boyfriend to the family.
I'm not real good with people, so I don't know if they would want to know this yet or not. I mean, maybe, probably. I mean, I if it was my animals, I would want to know. That's for sure.
You seem to have a real affinity with animals, so I'm thinking that maybe if it came from you, they might understand.
Oh, yeah, I'll give it a go. I'll give it a shot. I'll kind of perk up a little bit and like, so were you the owners of the animals out on the farm area out there?
It is a farm. I do have animals.
2 cows in particular and some chickens?
Among others, yes.
Okay, well, I regret to inform you that just before the skirmish had started, when we got there, they had already been, unfortunately, partially eaten and mostly the chickens were eaten. And it's a terrible tragedy, I know.
Oh, shit. Mm. All right. Thanks for letting me know. That's gonna
Yeah.
put us back some. Thank you.
Definitely keep the youngster from seeing that. Like the entrails were really spread out. It's pretty gross. I mean, for me, it's not really that gross, but
What did that?
some ghouly things. I don't know what they. Does anyone know what those things were?
Would I know that they're ghouls, or just would I think of them as generic undead?
You guys, a lot of you figured out they're definitely undead. You can all give me a history check or nature.
Fudge is just saying ghouly because that's the only thing he would know to say. Like it was just undead. He don't really know, but he'll give it a check. Oh yeah, no he. Oh wow, a 17 with no modifier.
Okay.
Maybe Fudge has seen it.
I also got 17 with no modifier.
Yeah.
Twinsies!
And that intelligence roll is killing me for the religion. It's a 13.
Okay.
I also got a 13.
Okay. So anyone who
Twinsies.
got I'd say a 13's enough. So 13 or higher, you guys wouldn't you're familiar with ghouls. Like you might not have experienced one in your own personal lives yet, but you've heard stories of undead that feast upon the flesh of others. They're usually carrion creatures. Those of you who got over a 15 would know this part, that they're usually carrion creatures. So it was a little unusual for them to like openly try to attack these living beasts. But if they're in the area, sometimes they'll just take opportunities as they come, but they usually prefer their meals less fresh than that. So it's a little unusual to see them wander into a farmyard like that.
So they prefer like rotting meat.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll just be like, it's a little unusual for these creatures to kind of come out and kill something living. Usually like to eat something that's been dead for a while. But Bessie and whatever the boyfriend's name was, they looked pretty fresh.
They were alive earlier today when I was tending to them. So that's very disturbing. I've heard of creatures that eat the dead like that, but none that been coming around and eating the living. I mean, we've got other things. There's wolves and all kinds of weirdness happening in the area lately, but...
When I was there, did it look like it was wounds like those things would have inflicted, or maybe it could have been something else?
You did get up closer to Bessie, so give me a nature check.
18.
Okay. It's a little hard to tell, as they were pretty slashed and eaten and torn to pieces, by the time you saw them. You don't recall seeing any paw prints or signs of other creatures in the area. It's possible, but you're not sure.
Yeah, it was just too messy for everything to really know.
It was a pretty messy scene, yeah, and it was dark.
So, yeah. I would just be cautious of whatever's wandering around your farm, and whatever animals you have left, you might want to keep an eye on them.
Yeah, that's some wise words. So you heading into town, you said? Little Hope?
Mm-hmm.
I think the overall plan, yeah.
All right. What's your business in town?
Well, we heard that, with the war thing being over, it's like safe for people to actually start, exploring. So,
Honey, I wouldn't call it safe, but
well, safer.
sure.
There's coin involved.
That I have heard. That there's some... We're having troubles in the area, and I know that the mayor has been putting up posts for some help wanted. Some people take care of some of these beasties that are giving us trouble and look into some weirdness that's happening and some other things. So I'd seek out the mayor when you get into town.
Can you give us the name of the mayor?
Oh, yeah, it's Trinity Riverbrand.
Thank you.
She works over at the hospital. She's a doctor, tough as nails. Nice woman.
She's the mayor and the doctor?
Yep.
Dang. Mayor Dr. Trinity Riverbrand, is that what you said?
That's right.
Just hoping the coin makes the trip worth it.
How many folk live in these here parts?
People are coming and going, the refugees and whatnot. Hard to tell. But there's been an influx of more workers coming in as the so-called peace treaties have been enacted. There's been some more work. So we're getting some of the refugees that were spread out are starting to come back in and looking for work. There's, people doing various things, clearing out the dead in the battlefields. There's folk been long lost out there in the fields, just been impossible to get to them with the active battles and then the beasts and everything. It's been rough. Lots of rebuilding to do too, so a lot of work.
What beasts are you talking about?
Oh, I wouldn't know. I just know whatever wanders too close to my farm here and do my best to keep my family and keep my own safe.
Okay, well, if you ever run into something you can't handle, you come looking for old Fudge here, all right? Beastwise.
All right. Keep that in mind. Find you up in town.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. Find me or a Muffalo, and Muffalo's sitting outside. I wouldn't have had him come inside.
Okay.
He's probably literally sitting on the doorstep.
You look over and Spaz has been carefully laying out pieces of jerky, trying to entice Muffalo to come inside.
Oh, he would not have the restraint. He would have came in.
You see her just placing one and then scooching back and placing another and scooching back.
He would do it just like a puppy would do it that knows he's doing wrong, but he'd still step in, eat, step in, eat. He would definitely come in.
You see the mom looks a little alarmed by it, but she can see the little collar hanging off of his neck and kind of looks at you and looks at how it's behaving and just kind of shakes her head like, this is weird, but okay.
Fudge will probably know. It's like, "Wow, Buffalo, what are you doing?" And then I'm like, "All right, well, you just sit in the corner. Definitely don't do anything weird in here. We don't want to mess up their fine place."
And they'll look over and the dad Velko just kind of goes, "Looks like you got that beast well trained. I never seen anything like that before. What do you call him?"
Oh, that's Muffalo. He's harmless, mostly harmless, unless you make him mad.
Harmless.
A
If you make
Muffalo.
him mad, it's tough. Yeah, his name's Muffalo. He's an owlbear.
Owlbear.
He's my Muffalo.
So weird. Never seen one like that before. We just got normal bears, none with the owl face. But
Yeah, this one's part owl, part bear. That's why he's an owlbear.
seems well domesticated. Well, it's getting on late. Why don't you all get some rest? Let me show you where the barn is. Spaz, get ready for... Nope. Go. Take care of your teeth. Don't want to hear it. Nope. You can play with the owlbear in the morning.
But Dad...
She's kind of
Come on, Muffalo.
hanging off of Buffalo at this point. She's gotten fully comfortable with him.
Buffalo, you can play with the kid later. Let's go.
So he leads you guys over to the barn, where he's kind of helps you set up a place where you guys can rest and sleep for the evening. It's not as warm as it is in the house with the fire going and everything, but it's cozy enough once he kind of closes up the doors and wishes you guys a well-rested evening and to join them for breakfast the next morning. And you can hear the kind of like the night bugs, like cicada type sounds starting to fill the air, and the sounds of some other owls, not Muffalo, but actual owls kind of hooting in the distance. And it's getting, it's been a rough day. You guys had a lot thrown at you all at once. And so I think you guys are all pretty ready to start winding down for the evening, and that's where we will end today's episode. So thank you everyone for joining us for this first episode of this Chimera Collective Darkness in Darvasta mini-series, and we will be back. We are going to be doing this every other Monday, so we'll be back not next Monday, but the Monday after that. And we do have other shows on the channel, so if someone could do the little show thingy for me that I don't remember how to do in chat. Yay, thank you, my savior, Tree Fox. But we have other shows.
Bot works.
Yay, bot. Our Mass Effect game is on hiatus, but it'll be back in the future. I believe Destiny Forge is also on hiatus, but has been replaced with our oh my gosh, I'm blanking. Tree Fox, help me.
Into the Wildlands.
Into the Wildlands Part 2. So you guys can check that out tomorrow. Is that your second episode tomorrow, right?
We haven't done the first one yet.
First episode, then.
I think we want to do it tomorrow, but it'll depend on whether or not Rojan's feeling better.
Got it.
Yeah,
Okay, so
he's recovering from the coof.
Oh no. Well, stay tuned on that. So maybe tomorrow, maybe next week. And then alternating Saturdays, we have Withered Wastes and Wayward Wanderers. So pretty much every Saturday, you've got some awesome content to imbibe here on the channel. And we also have, usually on the first Saturday every month is Behold Lore, but I believe that is also on hiatus. So, but we've got some shows on hiatus. We've got some new shows like this one. So, we're delivering that content to you guys. We love you. Please stay tuned. You can also check out our episodes on YouTube if you've missed any of our previous shows. We've had some other one-shots for Chimera Collective, so if you've liked this and you want to check those out, take a look, as well as all of our other shows on YouTube. So thank you.
We do also, I know we're missing a few episodes on YouTube at the moment. They're not gone. I have exported them over. I just haven't given them all the descriptions and stuff and set them public yet. So they will be there probably within the next week or so.
Awesome. Thank you for that update. So be looking out for that as well. And thank you all for joining us. Thank you everyone who came in on a raid or who raided us. Mm-hmm. We really appreciate all that love and awesome support. So thank you so much. And I can't wait for the Monday after next. So look forward to seeing you all then. Thank you so much. Have a lovely night, guys. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.